And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 19. Your weekly dose of amazing CranKy Ducklings StarCraft. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I'm your host, VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well as. Welcome. The bracket is live, and if you're maybe a little bit unfamiliar, this is a weekly open tournament. It is open to all regions, all shapes, all sizes. The bracket is live, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. We're jumping into a TVP. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have someone I have not casted in a very long time. He's one of our own. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings, the American Terran player. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player. From South Korea, it is Rebellion. Here we go. We have Dolan immediately going to be sending out an SCV across the map, headed towards the third base, the linear third base location. Rebellion likewise going for a probe scout across the map. So far, none the wiser. And Dolan, he's known for his aggression, especially in this matchup. Is more of a macro player against Zerg, against Terran, but against Protoss, Dolan is willing to mix it up. And I'm curious what exactly he's going to be bringing to the table here. Double gas back at home, just the one proxy Rax. Based on its placement, I don't imagine it's going to be proxy Marauder. I imagine just proxy Reaper with a bunker on the low ground, designed to be a nuisance in the early game, but not be an all-in. Not to be an all-in. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, we're diving in. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. We will be going over the bracket after the series. For now, we'll be focusing on this best of three, and then we can go over the rest of the tournament and all the insane players that are taking part here tonight. And go over. Until then, we do have our initial openers. Again, just Gate Cyber Expand here by Rebellion, everything looking as it should. Bunker gets placed and the Reaper is on the way. Now, if this bunker does finish, we will force a shield battery, we'll force out a Stalker as well. Force a response here from Rebellion, a bit of a delay there. Oh god! But the SV goes down, unable to save it, unable to get the bunker up and running. No, the Reaper gets surrounded as well. Everything going from bad to worse for Dolan. The Reaper goes down, the SCV goes down, the bunker will not finish, and Rebellion will hold. Rebellion will be able to force a cancel, and as a result, no shield battery is required. It can freely mine from his natural base. This is a rough start for the Terran player for Dolan, just because he invested quite heavily here into delaying some of the economy, and he has been unsuccessful. Has been quite unsuccessful here. Back at home, he is going for his CC, going for a follow-up factory into Starport, but just a rocky start here for our Terran, and we'll see if he can bounce back. Do want to believe he can. Dipping in, just getting some scanning information. Twilight Council gets thrown down after the Reaper does pivot away, so with that, Rebellion is going to be keeping at least his tech hidden, keeping his tech in the dark, away from the prying eyes of Dolan. Reaper dipping back in. It looks like it might be a one-way trip here for this Reaper, trying to get a scout what's going on, trying to get a read on what exactly the tech is. Is it a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate? Reaper will get one probe kill in the main. Will force a bit of lost mine time as well. Taking some extra hits, and up. Oh, is going to be zoned away. He will not quite get a scout on what is going on. We'll get a second probe, but the Reaper does fall. Rax is floating back home. Dolan settling in, getting into his own 3-1-1 follow-up. But at the moment is unaware as to kind of the tech and the playstyle here the Rebellion's going to be embracing. And we'll see if he can piece it together. Rebellion checking for a further proxy, looking for the Rax. Alas, did miss it. The Rax already floating back home. And we do see the tech of choice for Rebellion is Blink. Blink is on the way. For now, just the initial gateways, just 2-gate Blink. And it could just be 2-gate Blink into a third, or Rebellion could throw down additional gateways and tech up and be a little bit more assertive here instead in the mid-game. Could be more aggressive, as Dolan is following up with a Cyclone drop. Now, this is multi-purpose. One hand, this can deal a lot of damage, can get some probe kills. On the other, it can also scout and get a read on what Rebellion is up to. Does get eyes on a third gateway. That is a tell. Lock-ons will be able to get some damage done, but it looks like we will be able to pick up, get the hell out of there. We don't lose any Cyclones, and upon seeing that third gate, that should be a tell for Dolan that it is going to be a Twilight Council here, or at least a Robo, not a Stargate. So 3-gate Blink, so far 3 gateways. Into a third. Ooh, was misplaced. Good morning. So Rebellion is going for a safe opener. 3-gate blink. It does give us excess stalkers to work with. There is no robo to counterattack. There is no robo. There is no prism. And the Rebellion is just going to be settling in. And chilling back at home. It does also mean that back at home, I mean, Dolan likewise is quite safe and secure, getting a safety bunker, just setting up his SimCity, setting up his army, just in case Rebellion were to be a little bit more assertive with his stalkers. But we are just going to be building up. Rebellion is moving out, and shout to the turtle. There's a crab as well. Beautiful. Rebellion is moving out just to contain his opponent, to keep an eye on any kind of drop play, any move outs. Speaking of, Raven Harass in the natural, doesn't get much done. There is an auto, sorry, there's a shield battery. Is that shield battery really just going to be focusing on saturation, building up back at home, getting his third up and running, now going for his gateway explosion into charge, into +1. Rebellion is building up. And I'm curious to see if Dolan takes a third. At this point, I mean, Dolan, he's not a stranger to going for these big 2-base all-ins where you pull the boys and just set everything across the map. +1 is finishing up. There's just the one eBay. We have Stim. We have combat shields. Especially because of the rougher start from Dolan, I would not be surprised. But there it is. A third CC has been thrown down and is instantly spotted by Rebellion. Trying to force a cancel. Oh, and he does. The command center is denied. It's going to be rebuilt. It's going to be replaced. Dolan's working on it, but alas, has been slowed down quite a bit. Upon seeing the third, we see Rebellion taking up. Typical archives that should be for splash damage, Storm, Archon production. No Bay, no Colossus. It's going to be, again, I imagine Storm for the splash damage of choice. Rebellion getting ready for a Zealot drop into the main. Stalker still active here outside of the third. And Dolan is getting ready for his own move out. As he moves out, Zealots, they move in. They're warping in 5 Zealots at a time. So charge outs, some SCVs are going down, and Dolan should be able to clean this up. But again, he's being pinned back at home. Being pinned back, giving Rebellion more time. Storm has now begun. We spoke about the splash damage earlier. So again, charge out Archon into Storm. Into a 4th base. And as Rebellion is building up, it's not like Dolan is resting on his laurels. Likewise, he should be working towards his own kind of further tech. No Ghost Academy yet, but I'm sure we will be taking there once we take our third. So drop does come back in. Once again, getting into the Mineral Alliance. More SCVs going down. Not like this. It's going to appear by Dolan. Can now take his third. Can now finally move out. And by the time he does, though, Storm is going to be done. Storm is complete, and there's plenty of High Templar gathering energy. There's going to be 3 Storms with the main army. A lot of charge slots. This army is a little bit more vulnerable to something like EMPs, but Dolan hasn't gone in that direction. Dolan scanning, gets eyes on the army. He did spot the High Templar. Dolan is aware. Ghost Academy now on the way. 2nd starport for... I mean, that would have been for Vikings, but there's no need for Vikings here. Looks like Dolan was just assuming it was going to be Colossus. We can see, though, it's anything but. And this is going to be a tough hold for Dolan. He's setting up his Widow Mines. I mean, if the connections are good, then Dolan can hold, but there's no bunkers here either. Mine's getting made out. Oh! Storm here on the main army. Massive Storm. There is some SimCity to work with, but not much of a choke point. It's going to be enough to deter Rebellion. It's forced back. Okay. Does calm things down. Backs off. Behind this, Bay is now on the way. That's going to be for the Colossus. And Rebellion, he does retreat. I feel like he could have tried to have broken this location, but alas, Rebellion, he thinks better of it. He's going to play it safer. Backs off. Establishes his fourth base. Scan reveals saturation. And the game progresses. Okay. We're in this. The game does continue. Dolan is getting into his Ghost production. Once Colossus production begins, he can also work towards Vikings. Has that second starport, if need be. But as Dolan moves out, Rebellion does spot the army. Does confirm everything with that observer. Is getting ready. Oh, do have 3 High Templar in that prism. The Viking swords. Up. Sort of come in. So Dolan away. And it looks like the High Templar will be cleaned up. Force them morph into Archons. High Templar out of energy. Rebellion pulling away. Extendable lance in production. Triple robot. Oh my god. That's gonna be a lot of Colossus at once. At the same time, so they bust into the mineral line. They force a bit of friendly fire. Getting 2 SCVs. Dolan's gonna keep pushing. There it is, 3 Colossus at a time. Dolan does begin the Viking production, but I mean, those are the first Vikings. First wave of Vikings on the way. Let's scan ahead of time. Spots High Templar. Not enough energy, not yet. Rebellion a bit out of position. Dolan pushing in. Rebellion was reading this. Nice snipe. Snipe goes up. Colossus are revealed. Catches a High Templar. Denies a storm. And now Dolan is aware of the Colossus. Does snipe the expansion. Zealots are coming in from behind. Does getting the EMP. But he has to get the hell out of here. Does lose an empty medevac. Does escape with most of his army. There he is, making 4 Vikings at a time. Can he escape though? Up, he has to boost away. Oof. Almost empty medevac does go down. Dolan does boost. Stalker's in position. Dolan, he can make it back home, but what is there waiting for him? And Rebellion is maxed out. He is maxed at this point. Oof. Up. Oh my god, medevac barely does escape. CC lands. It's gonna go down. Dolan trying to buy time. There's a choke point here at the natural. Army rotating over. Colossus taking a lot of damage. The Zealots are stuck at the choke point. Yeah, Zealots aren't doing much. Colossus go down. Nice pickoffs. Another Colossus has arrived. But it might just be too much Protoss here. Vikings, they land. Oh god, no! They don't get the Colossus. Colossus lives. Yeah, it looks like Rebellion just has an overwhelming army. Just has far too much here. Had a very strong early game. Dolan wasn't quite able to recover. His move out was spotted by the Observer. Rebellion did snowball out of control. His economy was never really punished. It was never really hindered. Sure, a base went down towards the end, but at that point, it didn't even matter. GG gets called, and Rebellion takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take the first game. Does take a lead in the series. Congratulations. Oh. So just asking for a game heart for game 2. Yeah, not a bad start here for Rebellion. Again, coming in as one of the more favored players. I do want to say that Dolan can threaten Rebellion. I think we have actually seen Dolan defeat Rebellion in the past. But we'll see. We'll see how they compare this time. Again, it was just a really rough start. Bearing in mind, the opener was a proxy Rax into Reaper with a bunker as well. The bunker was denied. SCV was killed. First Reaper was surrounded by probes. Like, it was a really rough start for Dolan, and did try to recover from there. I'm sure this time things will be a little more even in the early game. I would hope so, at least. I would hope so. As we are setting up. Meanwhile, big shout out to Rocklets. Rocklets, of course, casting in his own native language, in Portuguese or Brazilian. Ducklings is joining us. And we do have the bracket progressing as well. I mean, we'll get there. Get to the brackets. We have our second map, and game 2 is going to be on site Delta. Let's go. It's going to be site Delta for game 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. The pressure is now going to be on Dolan. Some Dolan back. Meanwhile, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves here. Bright and early on a Monday morning. Again, we're kind of in the middle of the marathon. Last night we casted Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle this morning. We have the Warty TV Monday later on tonight. And we have the Ursasaurus Cup tomorrow as well. So, non-stop StarCraft. Let's go. Because the Warty event is later on tonight, I'm probably going to try and nap in between. Like, in between this event and the next one. We'll try to sleep. So, no ladder session today. No ladder. Okay, we good. We're jumping in. I almost loaded in as a player. It's all good. Got out. We're now getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Rebellion. Here we go. We have our TVP. And this time, Dolan does not send an SCV across the map. As a reminder, last game, Dolan, he started off with a Proxy Rax, Proxy Reaper, with a bunker as well on the low ground. This time, the Rax is back at home. We're calming things down, taking a different approach, which I do appreciate. We can see Rebellion a little bit paranoid, is going to be checking and scouting the third base location, checks just outside the third before moving out across the map. Shout out to the turtle. But after the last game, Rebellion is just making sure he's safe and sound, making sure he's secure. And side Delta is going to be an interesting one. Bit of a longer rush distance by ground. I mean, not as long as Golden Aura. Golden Aura is more known for its longer later games. The bases on this map, though, are more exposed. The third base locations, likewise pushing in between the bases as well, in between the third and the natural, can be quite effective as well. We'll see if Dolan can make use of that. Not unheard of to see more aggressive builds like 3 Raxes on site Delta. Likewise, more economic builds like 3CC 3 Rax instead. No, Beyond is quite fond of it on site Delta, but we'll see. But now Dolan's going to be expanding, taking the low ground, just an economic opener, single gas, Rax expand out of Dolan. Likewise, Rebellion going for a gate, Cyber, into Nexus, back at home as well. So everything's looking as it should. Nothing crazy yet. I say that Rebellion does have his probe active on the map. Can set up a proxy pylon if he so chose to. So yeah, there we go. Pylon has been thrown down. Twilight Council opener out of Rebellion. even before the second gateway, so very, very early tech by Rebellion. I imagine rushing into Blink, or because how fast the Twilight Council is, are we crazy enough to go proxy Dark Shrine? I mean, with how fast this is, with how few gateways there are, with how few stalkers there are, I'm leaning towards DTs. And that Dolan's going 3cc. He's going 3cc, 3 racks, which we did just mention. Twilight Council's done. Shows the Dark Shrine. Oh, there it is. Proxy Dark Shrine by Rebellion. Meanwhile, we do have Double Reaper moving out. Now, there's a lot going on here. On the one hand, DTs, they could just end the game if there's no scan available. Because Dolan is opening up 3cc, though, he will have triple CCs and triple mules and triple scans to work with. So the likelihood of him having a scan is a little bit higher. Reapers move out, they go for the dive. Ooh, one Reaper gets picked up. The other gets zoned away. He does not get into the main base. Scout is denied. And with that, he doesn't know. If he would have slipped into the main, he would have seen the Twilight Council was not researching. That would have been a massive tell. But alas, Dolan is in the dark. Back at home, building up bio. There is an eBay, but there's no reason to throw down the turret. Again, he needs that scan. So far, he's muling. Dark Shrine about to finish up. And will he hold on to a scan? There is a scan available in the main. There is the one. Ooh, no bunker on the low ground. A little bit greedy here by Dolan. Building up his bio. Again, this is quite a greedy build here from the Terran player. Does have a scan available with that third CC. He has 2 scans. Let's say shaded to the natural. DTs, they can just win the fights. Even without even with scans. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. Marines trying to keep up, but so many workers fall. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, despite the detection, the damage is just too great. 13 SCV kills, and 1 DT survives. Not like this. And just like that, even though Dolan doesn't die here and now, that is crippling damage. 13 SCVs this early on is brutal. Again, unfortunately, there was no safety bunker. Unfortunately, the Marines were in the main. Because Dolan wasn't aware of the opener, he was ready for an Oracle. That's why his army was split up. He was expecting Oracle harass or Phoenix harass, and it was neither. And now from here, Rebellion can expand. From here, Rebellion can take a third base, Gateway Explosion, Forge +1, Charge. Now, Dolan can now be active. Does have his starport on the way. It was delayed because of the DTs. But he can soon get into medevac production and move out. But the move out is delayed. So Dolan is stuck at home a little bit longer. He's going to be stuck at home. DT threatening once again. There is that turret. Turret is in position. There's the add-on swap for the medevacs. By the time drop play comes into play, I mean, Rebellion has an army. Not the most threatening army. He's got charge lots and archons, that is true. Can it compare to the forces of Dolan with +1 in stim? Army is spotted. Dolan pulls away. Boys are being pulled. Dolan should clean this up, but once again, how many SCVs are going to be going down? Like the whole position micro on the workers, 9 SCVs fall. It's 22 in total. Now we have the bunker on the way. But again, a far later bunker. More Archons are morphing in. Dolan has a third base, and I mean, if he can get it up and running, then Dolan he can recover. He doesn't have map control. Now going for a drop across the map. I mean, with this bunker now in position, I believe Dolan should be able to hold on. I say that, it's going to be close. That's 3 Archons. And they're going for the bunker. No repairs. Bunker does fall. And nice spread here from Rebellion. Dolan trying to hold on. Getting into Widow Mines. Drop across the map. Can threaten the mineral line. It's a shield battery. There is an overcharge. And Rebellion is set up across the map. Slimming in. Gets shield battery. Gets the probes. Rebellion is forced to recall. Not bad. Oh my god. Most of the Marines do get away. The medevac is so close to going down. Does barely survive. And Dolan, he forced the entire army back home. This is all he needed. Dolan finally gets breathing room, and that means he can expand. Finally, we can take a base. We can take a third. Dolan, he breaks free. Is unaware of their proxy. Oh, fourth base already getting up and running for Rebellion, but that is a massive army for Dolan. He can take a fight. I say that. A lot of this is going to come down to the Widow Mines. If the Widow Mine shots are good and solid on these Zealots, then you can't shut this down. Bearing in mind, there is no EMP for Dolan. Ghost Academy still on the way. Third base now landing. Drop into the main. ET goes down. Charge lots are diving in. Mine shots going off, not bad. Takes down half of the charge lots. And the other half is getting softened up as well. Reinforcements have arrived, and Dolan, I believe he should clean up the Zealots. Can he get the Archons, though? I think he can. Up! He's going for them. Gets one. Just gets the one. The other two will survive. Again, not the worst trade for Dolan, but at the same time, Zealots, they hit the third. SCVs are going down. Open to the main. It's being cleaned up. Due to the Zealot run by, Dolan is stuck at home. Trying to establish his third. Likewise, the main army Rebellion also moving out. He did hold on to two of those Archons. Two Archons, mass Zealot. Dolan's moving out, not quite in position to defend. Rebellion just has a little bit too much to work with. Ghosts are coming in with the EMPs though. But they're not with the main army. The Ghosts! No! They rally in. One EMP goes off, two Ghosts go down. Zealots bust into the mineral line and 9 SCVs fall. At the same time, Dolan hits the third, but back at home, I'm not so sure Dolan can defend. Not against this army. Let's force a recall. Army does recall back home. Dolan picks up, drops into the main. He defends, he attacks, not bad. But he did lose his third. He did lose control of his third base. It's still down in economy. Try to pick up whatever he can in the main as well. Going for extra probe kills. Lifting off, rallying across the map. The observer does confirm this. Rebellion trying to keep up. Now there are ghosts in the main army. But there's just not much to work with here for Dolan. Jumping back into the main. Going for the Stalkers. And just too many charge loads. Despite the EMPs, just not enough support. And Dolan has to back up. At least it'll save most of his units. Most of them. Meanwhile, the drop in the main did clean up the Stalkers. Forcing defensive warp ins. Medevac goes down. Yeah, brutal loss for Dolan. And he's being overwhelmed. He just cannot keep up. It took him far too long to get his third base up and running. And we see Rebellion snowballing out of control, knocking down that third. And can even get a kill this time. The third burns down. SCVs are hunted down as well. Dolan is going to be on his last legs. Has some decent SimCity at the natural, but there's only so much SimCity can do against the sea of Zealots. Rebellion just forcing his way into the natural, getting into the mineral line, more reinforcements on the way. Nothing to keep Rebellion back at home, not this time. Ghosts are coming in, but that's 29 SCVs going down. Oof. Decent line shots, but that's going to be a kill on the natural base as well. There's no floating away from this. Yeah, the natural falls, and now we're just trickling in into the Protoss army. A handful of Marines, a handful of Marauders. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Just some rough starts, or some rough early game for Dolan. Game 1, again, his initial proxy was shut down quite hard, and here in Game 2, unfortunately, Dolan was denied the scout. If you remember, he went double Reaper, and he tried to get into the main and try to scout the tech of his opponent, but he wasn't able to. Because of that, he didn't know if it was a Twilight Council, a Robo, or Stargate. If he did get in, he would have seen the Twilight Council not researching. It would have tipped him off that it was going to be DTs. Because he didn't know, he had his Marines split between his main and his natural. It looks like he was prepared for Phoenix defense or Oracle defense, but it was DTs instead. And we saw that the Dark Templar, they snowballed out of control. They got, what, 11 SCVs at the start of the game? It was brutal. Just how many workers they killed at the beginning, and that did set Dolan behind. GG. GG, well played. Was playing catch-up for most of that game, and unfortunately wasn't quite able to recover. Regardless, well played. Rebellion will take the series. Rebellion did come in as the favorite player, and now we can follow Rebellion into the next round. And finally, go over the bracket. Exclamation mark B! Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. As we have some updates, and we have our next rounds. From the beginning here, we had Kofi Claire going up against Jealous to take them down 2-0. Now facing off against Bjorn in the next round. Bjorn has made his return. Bjorn was missing last night. We were of course notified of, I think Bjorn was spending his day with Creator. He went over the weekend, climbed a mountain. I was posting on Instagram. So Bjorn was unavailable for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, but is available here this morning for the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Is one of the heavy favorites of the entire tournament. Scoring down, we have Hormono versus Lunacy. Honestly, that's a very, very close series. I don't know who I favor. I think I slightly favor Hormono, but honestly, that could go either way. That's a really good TVP. Wish the best of luck to both Hormono and Lunacy, the Korean Terran and Protoss player. Scrolling down, we have Estrella. We have Estrella versus Patches in the first round. Winner goes up against the winner of Geralt and Eon. That was another really good first round match. Honestly, really good round of 16 matches. I was so torn between Hormono versus Lunacy, Geralt versus Eon, and Dolan versus Rebellion. But because Dolan is one of our own, did want to spread the love and you know, cast our boy Dolan while I could. Did want to cast him, did want to cover him, and we were able to at least follow that first series. Scrolling down, Shin gets the walkover over Dave Testa. Bit unfortunate there that Dave was unavailable to play his matches. So a walkover was given, and Shin is the number 2 seed of the tournament. Bjorn is number 1, Shin is number 2. Can anyone stop them from facing off in those finals? I think we have some contenders, whether it's players like Estrella, Geralt, Hormono, Lunacy, even Rebellion rising to the challenge here. And scrolling down, we have Nightmare. Nightmare was last night's runner-up of Sparkling Tuna Cup. He came second place to Trigger. I was hoping to see Trigger this morning. Alas, Trigger unavailable here this morning, was not able to show up. We have Estrella, of course, his other side, his other half. Is going to be repping the NA region instead, alongside all these other NA players, of course. We'll see how we can do. We'll see how we can perform. And scrolling down, we have Shameless versus Xing Ming as well. Winner goes up against Nightmare. Oh boy. Just need a moment to get the matches ready, as we're going to be following Rebellion into Shin in the next round. Here we go. Again, Shin was also absent last night for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, but at least is here this morning as he faces off against Rebellion. In the ZVP. Let us set up. But I glossed over it. We also have Nightmare taking down Medic Jr. 2-0. Again, some big names in the tournament. Shin, Nightmare, Rebellion, Shameless, Estrella, Byun. Really solid lineup. And I'm, again, torn that we can't quite cast everything. I would love to cover all these matches and cover all these initial series. But we can only pick one. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Feels bad. Fun fact, both Claire and Jealous are new players, their first tournament APAC. Yeah, I did notice in our Discord server, Kuro was making sure they were okay, kind of holding their hand through the veto process. So really cool to hear, really cool to see. We're able to face off against each other. Hello, Jason in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Kilo Delta as well. Veritate. Bienvenidos. Nikachu. But it looks like the vetoes are done and we're jumping into our next best of 3. Let's go. Jumping into our next series. And game 1 is going to be on Alcyone. Let's go. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Zerg player. From South Korea, representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is Shin. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Rebellion. Here we go. We have moved over to the Korean server, so ping is going to be less of a factor for these two players. We'll see how they can compare. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you believe will advance on into the next round. Best of luck. As predictions are going to be open for the next minute or so, so predict while you can. Meanwhile, we can see Shin going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener. Shin has been known for many times embracing the gold base on this map, and Rebellion, yep, no surprise, he does check the gold. We can see, and Rebellion sees as well, that this time though, Shin is going for a much more standard opener. Did not rush into the gold. Rebellion just making sure that is the case. It is just a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Shin. Now, talking about Shin, he is a very chaotic player, very aggressive, very cheesy, very all-in. Because of that, that's why Rebellion has to be very attentive when it comes to scouting. Shin has a reputation. Does have, I mean, he can play standard, he can play macro as well. That's what's terrifying about him. But more often than not, does come out of left field, and it's going to be on Rebellion to keep up with Shin. As he's just trying to force some inefficient mining. Likewise, pylon gets placed, and it looks like a Stargate opener out of Rebellion, but we'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Rebellion likewise is also an aggressive player himself, typically thrives in the mid-game, less so a later game. But I don't think I've seen Shin face off against Rebellion before, so I'm curious. Here's how they do compare to each other. Now Links are moving out to hunt down the probe. There's our tech of choice, a Stargate opener out of Rebellion. Into, I imagine, Oracle. Does have the option to go for a Void Ray first instead to hunt down these Overlords and to try to keep Shin in the dark. And to go for something more aggressive behind it. But we'll see if that's what he does go for. The Void Ray, the Phoenix, or the Oracle. As Shin is just taking his third. Droning up. Settling into his own queens. do enter a bit of a lull period here where both players are just focusing their economies. We have our first unit of choice. It is going to be the Oracle opener by Rebellion. So everything's looking standard. Just Oracle into a second Oracle into a third expansion. Everything looking normal so far. Again, the power of the Oracle opener is that it allows you to harass across the map. Oh, that is a Twilight Council before third base. Okay, never mind. So I was going to say the power of the Oracle is that it allows you to harass across the map, to scout, to defend and protect your third base while you expand against Lings. There's a reason why the Oracle is so meta nowadays and is so standard when it comes to getting into a longer game in PvZ. But because the Twilight Council is so fast, this should be Glaives. This should be a Glaive Adept follow-up. There is no second Oracle. You can see Rebellion getting ready to take his third base, his third expansion. But again, this is designed to throw Shin off the scent. And there it is. There's the Glaives. Now, the way this works here is it's 4-gate Glaive Adepts, but there is no Robo. There's no Robo, there's no War Prism, there's no way to reinforce across the map. Instead, Rebellion, he's going to be banking up Adepts here back at home, and he's going to be sending out a massive wave of Adepts instead. And the goal here is to make it look like a standard opener, and to have Shin drone. To have Shin drone, to have Shin skip roaches, and if that's the case, then Shin could be caught with its pants down, and these Adepts could pop off. As I say that, Shin does go for a Roach Warren. This was around 440, so a much later Roach Warren timing. Evo Chamber gets placed, which means we have SimCity to wall off here at the natural. And so far, Shin is droning, but he will have the opportunity to make Roaches if need be. We'll see how quickly Shin can react, and how he can respond. And if he makes any safety Roaches. Because the Adept count is slowly getting higher. Now, this does need to get damage done because this upgrade, this Twilight Council and Glaives, is delaying Blink, it's delaying +1, it's delaying upgrades. So Rebellion is going to fall behind in a longer game if this doesn't get damaged and we get a Scout. Shin sees, he knows. Lings are amassing, Roaches should soon be on the way. Shin going to try and defend with purely Ling Queen. Does wall off. And Roach production has begun. Spinecrawler on the way as well. Shin taking this very seriously. Rebellion does keep it to the shade. We have plenty of queens to defend. He has 7 queens in position. Clutch transfuse. No single queen goes down so far. And Rebellion, he will shade away. So far, 0 economic damage. Shin is shutting this down. Adepts, they head towards the mineral line. Finally, some drone kills. 3 drones go down, but just the 3 workers. Again, Shin is all over this. We could force a cancel on the 4th. Not bad. Oh! Does force a cancel. But these Adepts were hoping for more damage, as they're going to be forced back. Shin has defended. He's gotten into Ling Ravager. +1 melee's on the way. Spire gets thrown down. I do actually really love this response. Remember, a couple of things that we said earlier. Because of the tech of choice, because of the build of Rebellion, Blink and +1 is far later than normal. The Stalker count as well, it's not going to be as high as it usually is. So these meters can pop off. As Shin is just gaining map control, mass expanding, taking his 4th, and taking his 5th, double expanding. Rebellion's moving out there, and behind this, how many gateways is he on? Ooh, he's on 6 gates. He's rallying across the map. Rebellion, he's not slowing down. Does force a cancel. Does cancel the base. Throws out a proxy pylon. It looks like Rebellion is going for a 3-base all-in. Yeah, no gas here at his 3rd. No gas at the natural. So only 4 gases. And just mass Blink Stalker. We mentioned earlier that Rebellion usually thrives in the mid-game. And is going for a 3-base all-in. Shin is going to be punished for going into Muta. He's poking forward. Adepts a shade into the natural, sorry, into the 3rd. Lings are in position. Rush Ravager trading against the Stalkers. Rebellion, he is gaining ground. Getting on top of the expansion. But the Adepts are cleaned up. Lings, they can rally over. And now with Lings to reinforce, Shin, he should be okay. 14, 16 more Roaches in production. Shin may have the Spire, but he didn't make use of it. Again, I mean, if he did, he would have died here and now. Would have been punished. But it's just amassing more Roaches. More Lings. His goal here is to hold, to shut down these Stalkers. And there's not really much behind this. Rebellion just now expanding, just now taking a fourth, but it's such a late fourth base for Rebellion. And Shin does spot it. And Shin should be feeling pretty confident here. Once again, Stutter stepping forward, getting on top of the Stalkers. The piles, they will connect, taking down the pylon. Deep-powering the gateway doesn't deny the warp at least. But these are expensive losses for Rebellion, bleeding out Stalkers of all things. Stutter stepping back, racing to his third. There's a shield battery, there's an overcharge. Ooh, a bit of a premature overcharge here for Rebellion. Shin wasn't chasing. As Shin backs off, Mutas finally coming into play. Let's go. 6 Mutas in production. Station bit here for Shin. Since why are you awake so early? What do you mean? We cast this on a weekly basis, man. Ay ay ay. Este no clone. Yeah, and from here, Shin is on 81 workers, taking up into an position bit, into a Hydrogen as well, working towards Hydras and Lurkers. I'm not so sure Shin actually needs to take in this direction, but he's just getting further ahead, essentially. Just taking more bases, getting his economy going, taking up. And the Mutas have arrived. Now, 6 Mutas are enough to one-shot probes. They head into the main, and the ground army here towards the fort. And there's no setup, no cannons, no shield batteries. Rebellion, he was not aware of the Spire, not aware of the Mutas. Probes are going down. At the same time, Shin, he's going for the fourth. He's forced back home due to the Adepts. Forced to turn around. Rebellion moving out towards the south as well. Rebellion is committed. It's pretty all in, but he's stuck with a Gateway army. Again, no Colossus, no Immortals, no Storm, no Archons, no Disruptors. I mean, this is how all in Rebellion was. Doesn't really have the army to head into a longer game. It's all or nothing for Rebellion. I mean, decent stasis. Across the map, 19 probes went down. He's pushing forward. Behind this Shin, amassing Hydras. At the same time, Muta's getting across the map. Getting to another mineral line. Not like this. I mean, the Stalker count is quite high. It's quite terrifying, actually. It's a lot of Link Stalkers. It's going to be how many? 53 Stalkers. Oh my god. That's a lot of Stalkers. Pushing forward, diving on the main army. Yeah, going for the Ravagers. And so far, I mean, Rebellion, he's breaking through. Does take down most of those Roaches. Hydra trickling into reinforce. Shin, this is still going to be a close defense. Had Rebellion break through. He's so close. Takes down the Hydras, pushing in towards the expansion. 9 drones go down. And again, Rebellion, he might not have an economy behind this, but he might not need one. Just keeps on going. The Gateway, man. There's no Lurkers. Lurker upgrades are on the way, but there's no Lurkers themselves. F-boys are being pulled. And it looks like Rebellion may just have enough. It might just barely be enough here. More workers going down. I say that the Hydras, they are taking down a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, they're dishing out so much damage in the back line. Cells coming in to reinforce. Rebellion, he's doing it. It looks like he has. He has broken the back of Shin. The Queens are falling. 32 drone kills as well. Again, Shin, he may have crippled the economy. He may have forced the all-in, but Rebellion, he was all-in from the start of the game anyway. Like, Rebellion, he was always all-in, Bobby. That's his secret. Who needs Colossus? Who needs Immortals? Who needs a longer game? Nah, Bobby, no. All in, Bobby. Send it. And again, despite the tech of Shin, he never got into lurkers. GG gets called, and Rebellion takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Rebellion, as the game progressed, if the game went on any longer, Rebellion would be outscaled. He was being outscaled as we spoke, but at the same time, he was kind of forced into that all-in scenario. Mutas that were wreaking havoc, killing so many workers back at home. Shin was barely not ready for that counterattack. We were pointing out that Shin, he was taking into lurkers. He had lurker upgrades on the way. He had the hive as well, but he didn't have the time to morph in lurkers. If you remember, he was stuck on Ling Roach Ravager instead. Wasn't quite able to refine his army, and Rebellion took advantage of it. GG, well played. Rebellion one step closer here to the semifinals, and now the pressure is on Shin. The pressure is on. Oh, as we are getting things ready. Okay, wait. Whew. I know what it's been recently, but yeah, we've been getting some lobby bugs on the Korean server. It's been a little bit unfortunate, but we should be okay. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 2 on site, Delta. Here we go. And can we force the ace match, or does the series end here and now? As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, oh yeah, that was a sign, of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss player. It is Rebellion. Now, if we do go to the ace match, I will turn on my VPN. It was a bit of a sign that I had issues getting into the lobby, and you can see here that the frames are dropping quite hard in-game. Now, for those that are curious, this doesn't affect the players. The players are not affected by this. It is just basically our routing to the Korean server. That's Smurge, papi Smurge. So I will turn on my VPN after this game if there is an ace match. Again, sometimes we do need the VPN to, you know, properly have a smooth experience on the Korean server. Smooch. So I do apologize. Was affecting us last night as well. From my understanding, there's like a handful of servers on Korea, and one of them is just specifically bad for us, basically. Like, the routing is just awful. As Rebellion's going for a cannon rush, let's go! Yeah, Forge into Nexus here for Rebellion. The pylons are being thrown down, and the cannon rush is upon us. Let's go. Backup pylon on low ground, boys are being pulled. Shin trying to focus on that pylon, trying to gain access to low ground, but the cannon is already on the way. Yeah, the cannon is in production. And Rebellion, he should be able to wall off. It's going to be close. Boys getting pulled in. Pylon gets placed. Rebellion does wall. And the cannons are on the way. Backup cannon here on the high ground as well. And can Shin save the natural? That is the question. This is designed to deny that expansion, to shut the natural down, and to get into a longer game. This is a macro cannon rush. Looks like the cannon on the high ground is going to be denied. It does force a cancel. Spine Claws are finishing. With only one cannon, Shin should be okay. Shin should be okay. Behind this, we do see Rebellion transitioning. But again, this was designed to at least kill the natural, and it isn't going to. The game will continue. Queen from the high ground. Spine Crawler rocking in. And the cannon is going to be targeted down. Yeah, do apologize for the frame drops. We'll fix it for the next game. it's just, you know, it's just bad routing to Korea. Smooch. As the pylons are going to be cleaned up, and now we can move on from here. So after the early game, after the initial builds, I do favor Shin. The cannon rush did fail in the end and didn't really get much done. Looking at the units, lost tab, 1 drone. The cannon rush got 1 worker kill and not much more than that. Rebellion desperately trying to take a fast third, going for a cannon as well. This is a really risky maneuver here by Rebellion. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if he can get away with the fast third, as he has no units. Like 0, we were going to have one adept to work with. No tech, no Stargate, no Robo, no Twilight Council. Just Forge, in a way, like Forge fast expand, like quote unquote. Not quite, but close enough. Shin back at home is droning. Thankfully for Rebellion, Shin doesn't really have much to try to punish the third. Has a handful of lings, but not much more than that, as Shin does get eyes on the expansion. Does confirm the third base. Cannon and shield battery is already done. And we'll see if Shin can actually try to punish the third. He can at least try to catch workers, reinforcing, or rallying. That gateway is going to be denied. Roachhorn gets thrown down, Shin taking into a lair, still massing more lings. Again, we'll see if he can make use of them. I'm not so sure if he can, but is at least parked in between the bases to catch any transferring workers. Ooh, as Roach production has begun as well. Shin cutting workers at 42. Going for the cannon, but the shield battery with the overcharge should be able to hold on. Oh, we locked down the lings! And the lings, they are locked in. And so many lings are going to be going down here. Again, Shin forcing the overcharge. We'll try to get away. But again, I'm not so sure that was worth it. Meanwhile, behind this is going all in. Building up roaches, ravagers. Ling production has begun. And we'll see if Shin can knock down that third. Again, it's going to be 3 stalkers, a cannon, and a shield battery. Lyles will knock down the cannon. Overcharge now on cooldown. Boys are being pulled. Lings are flooding forward. And it looks like Shin, he should be able to deny this third. Without the overcharge, there's just not much left to work with. Yeah, probes are falling. Stalkers as well. And it was just a rough follow-up from Rebellion. Like, again, the failed cannon rush was brutal. Third base should be knocked down. And Shin can just keep going from here. As he claims the third, takes down the gateways. And we'll clean up the Nexus as well. At the natural, there's not much to defend either. There's a cannon, there's a stalker. Immortal production has begun, but the third has been broken. And GG gets called. GG, well played. Shin will take game number 2 and tie up the series 1-1. GG. And now I'll turn on the VPN. It's all good. We'll turn it on. And game 3 should be a lot smoother. So good, I do apologize for that. Just need one moment. Un momento, papi, un momento. As we are setting up. Again, should be smooth sailings. Ooh, okay. And we'll see how this story ends. Again, it was a cheeky start from Rebellion. Very cheeky. Didn't quite work out, though, unfortunately. The cannon rush was lackluster. And I can't imagine we're going to be seeing another cannon rush in Game 3. Can't imagine. Here we go. As Game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg plate. See, look how smooth it is. Oh, it's crazy. Just like press a button and then everything's fine. If only you could just route correctly to the server, to the Korean server. Blizzard. God damn it. It is Shin for Gaimin Gladiators. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, but did force an ace match. Can he bring it home? It is Rebellion. There we go. But yeah, specifically, for those that are curious, why it's suddenly so smooth, is because on the Korean server, I mean, every server really, it's not like there's one server that everything takes place on. I mean, kind of there is, but there's like multiple nodes, and depending on which server you actually land on, some of them have better routing than others. I don't know why exactly, but it's kind of like RNG. Sometimes you just load in, and it's just you know, a bad node. Essentially, I know that it happens in Europe. I know technically there's I think there's like 5 servers in Europe for StarCraft, and I think there's one of them that's like really bad for like Eastern Europeans, for example. There's I've heard tell of that. But that's why game 1 was smooth, game 2 wasn't, and why game 3 we need the VPN. So yeah, just RNG with where we load in. Smooch. But it's all good. Again, at least everything is smooth. I just have to remember to turn it off when we go back to Americas. Just have to turn off the VPN and then turn it back on if we end up back in Korea. Regardless, it's going to be a standard hatch gas pool opener here by Shin. Rebellion likewise going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So this time everything is by the book. This time there's nothing crazy going on. There's no crazy cannon rush. Everything's looking normal. Oh, never mind. Everything was looking normal, but it is going to be the Robo Opener by Rebellion. Now, a Robo Opener is wild. This could be a couple different things. This could be an Immortal Rush into a 2-base all-in with Mass Immortal like slow lot. This could be for, I don't know, a Disruptor Drop Opener, which is very rare nowadays in PvZ, but not unheard of, to rush into a Bay, into War Prison Speed, into Disruptors. Meanwhile, Shin is going for his own all-in. We have Pneumatized Carapace. What is that? That is Overlord Speed. And you do not rush into Overlord Speed unless you want to make use of it with something like a German taxi, like a drop load all in. Oh boy, so we have aggression from both sides. Let's go. Now I say that I'm assuming that we should be going into a lair soon thereafter. Usually the Overlord Speed and the lair are lined up in a bit of a more clean fashion, so this is interesting. Yeah, Overlord Speed is done. Just now taking the second gas. This isn't really lined up the way that it should be, but Shin going for an early scout. Okay. I mean, against Rebellion, I think it's a good choice. And yeah, the Overlord is diving into the main. A lot faster than usual. Meanwhile, Twilight counts a follow-up. Okay, so it's a Robo Opener into +1. And this should be a charge all-in, right? The Overlord will see everything. Yeah, Immortal +1 and charge outside, would imagine. And Shin sees all, and Shinny already has a Roach Horn. Roach Horn is already on the way. Twilight Council finishes up. Yep, charge in production, so it's going to be a 2-base all-in. And as long as Shin plays it out safe and just masses up his Roaches when he needs to, he should be able to deal with this. When I say that, knowing is half the battle, right? Like, Shin may know that there's the all-in coming, but defending is another thing entirely. For now, Shin is droning. He's getting up to 44 workers. Baneling Nest on the way as well. Banelings will be more ideal against charge lots. Rebellion takes a third. Bold move. Rebellion does take a third base. As he does move out across the map. Hunting down Overlords, but because of Overlord Speed, I mean, the Overlords, they can actually get away. They can try to, at least. Buying one up. the Jukes, Pappy, the Jukes. Overlord trying to race away, buying time. Behind this, more Lings are amassing. Ling's speed is finishing up as well. Overlord, ooh, is not saved. Yeah, Ling's 1 second too late. And Rebellion, he chose to skip Warpins. He's been skipping Warpins. Despite charge finishing, there's no charge lots. And again, is trying to, yeah, he's trying to work towards a third base instead. Gateway Explosion, Templar Archives. I believe this was not the intention of Rebellion, but because he got scattered, Rebellion knows that Shin is good enough to defend, so Rebellion is trying to pivot away. So despite charge finishing, again, he's not really making use of it. +2 now starts up. Archon production alongside a third and saturation. So Rebellion is trying to kind of Frankenstein this build and trying to work towards a later timing with +2. We'll see if he can get there. This also, it's a double-edged sword. This also means Lair is done for Shin, and we have Roach speed on the way, Bailing speed on the way. We have +1 at melee as well. Shin is freely droning, taking a fourth. Does confirm saturation at the third. Very important. This could have been a fake third, but does confirm there is at least some workers here. So Shin, he knows he's safe to drone up to 3-base saturation. And now he's focusing on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Overseer Scout comes in once again. Gets a follow-up scout. Getting eyes on the gases. If there were no gases at the natural, then this, again, would just be a charge all-in, but did confirm, which means Archons. Changeling to get eyes on the Archons as well. And you can see that Shin actually hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's been at 3-base saturation for the past couple of minutes. And he's still just massing up Lingbane Roach Ravager. Again, take this very seriously. Now, Rebellion is taking a gas geyser. Taking both gases is a sign that Rebellion is building up towards a later game state. But just the one. There we go. Rebellion is getting ready for his own move out. And Shin still hasn't droned. He still has not droned. Still just massing up more Lingbane. Shin is ready for this. Again, playing it out very carefully. And again, did scout earlier. He has a Ling in position, a changeling in position to see if there is a fourth. A fourth would tell Shin to drone, but there is no fourth. And Shin, he does meet the main army. Shin, he's almost maxed at this point. Almost maxed out. Yo, shout out to Ryu. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Did notice you were laddering earlier. Did notice. Hope you had a better time in ZVZ. I saw the stream title. But thank you so much, Bailing. Rumbai does get in. Yeah, 12 workers go down. And Rebellion, he was all in already before. Now even more committed. Now even more all in. So he has no economy. He's up to 5 Archons, 3 Immortals, pushing forward. Lingbane rolling in, takes out the sentries, and zones away the Zealots. Expose the Immortals, exposes the Archons as well. And Shin completely shuts this down. And there's almost nothing left. We're down to 1 singular Archon, not even. Does fall as well. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin as it does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Rebellion. It was a wild build to rush into +1 in charge, but as we saw, Shin went for something very interesting against Rebellion, rush into Overlord speed, which is a very rare thing to do, but it was just for scouting. It was for scouting purposes, and it was worth it in the end because Rebellion was going crazy. Because Rebellion got scouted, he opted not to go for the 2-base all-in. He took a third and went for a later all-in, but Shin was always so quick to scout, and so on top of just keeping an eye on the saturation at the third, he only droned up to 67, only 67 workers, and just focused on purely Lingbane production. And Roach Ravager, of course, which meant that Shin was perfectly safe and sound against that timing. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Shin. My condolences to Rebellion, but at least Rebellion was able to force an ace match. Very impressive stuff there by Rebellion to bring us all the way to game 3. against Shin of all players, who is one of the favorites for the entire tournament. GG. With that, we do have to take a moment to go over the bracket and figure out where we are. From the top. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's see if we can catch up on some of these matches. We have plenty of results coming in. We have Hormono taking down Lunacy 2-0. Very impressive. Takes down Lunacy. Goes up against Byan in the next round as Byan took down Coffee Claire 2-0. That was a more one-sided series as Byan takes down Hormono 2-0. That was, I meant to say, one more one-sided. I had a little hope for Hormono, but wasn't quite able to force the ace match. Byan advancing onto the semis, waiting for the winner of Estrella and Geralt, as they are mid-series locked in a PvP. Oh my god, and they're 21 minutes in. They're in the late game. They are in the late game. I mean, we saw some late game from Geralt last night against Nightmare. Was it against Nightmare? No, against Trigger. We casted him against Trigger and against Lunacy as well. There we go. So Geralt was up against Lunacy and Trigger last night, and now up against Estrella. Geralt has some killer PvP, so wish him the best. Up against Estrella, of course. Winner goes up against Byan. So Byan has a TVP confirmed for the semis. Scrolling down, we have Shin. Shin, of course, taking out Rebellion 2-1, is in the lower semifinals, waiting for the winner of Nightmare and Xing Ming. Actually, quite impressive here. I wasn't fully expecting this. But looks like looks like Xing Ming did take down Shameless 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. Went all the way to game 3. And it looks like we have our next series. We're jumping in mid-series into Nightmare versus Xing Ming. Un momento. I need some time. Oh god. We have our next series. We have our next matchup. We're going to be jumping into a PvP. Now, as a reminder, both semifinals will be casted, both semifinals will be covered. And we'll see how this PvP ends. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team, leading the series 1-0. It is a Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Xing Ming. Here we go. Again, we were unable to get eyes on the first game, unfortunately, but we were able to jump in mid-series to determine the winner and determine the opponent of Shin. As Shin is waiting in the next round, waiting for the winner of this series. Who's it going to be? If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your Gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Again, Nightmare is the favorite player. Nightmare is up in the series, but upsets can happen. We saw Rebellion taking a map off of Shin earlier. Likewise, Xing Ming can also try to pose a threat to Nightmare as well. Let's go. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener from Nightmare. 2-gate opener from both players. So far, so good. There's no proxy out on the map. There's no pylon. There's no setup. No cheese. No all-in yet. Alright, sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. Could I use a VPN in a tournament to make it less laggy when playing Europeans? When playing against Europeans, I don't know if that helps too much. For when it comes to Australian players, usually VPNs, they help out mainly when routing to the Singaporean server and routing. I mean, it helps. Routing to the Singaporean server, routing to the central server as well. Most pro players and myself, we use Mudfish. Mudfish is quite cheap, and Mudfish specifically does help with kind of like game server routing as well. So yeah, do consider checking it out. I think most SC2 pros use Mudfish. For StarCraft. time being, though, we do see Nightmare attempting to delay the expansion, going for his own setup, and getting into his initial opener. It's going to be double Stalker from Nightmare as he does move out across the map. Meanwhile, I believe Stalker Sentry from our red Protoss player. So a bit of a more safer, more macro-based opener here by our red Protoss, and Nightmare is poking in. Does poke in, does threaten the natural, trading with the Stalkers, hoping to bait out a force field as well. Meanwhile, our red Protoss player going for the hallucination scout into the main, just keeping an eye on any kind of hidden tech. There's no Stargate, no fast Twilight Council, no Robo. It is going to be our initial Twilight Council opener here from Nightmare. And Xingming does confirm. Does confirm. Meanwhile, we do have Nightmare just scouting. He's checking for proxy pylons, proxy stargates, even a ninja base. Both players just all over scouting here on Golden Aura. I mean, the map is very large. It's very prone to proxies, so both players are just playing it out safe. Whether it's hallucination scouts or stalker scouts, both players are all over it. They are all over for the time being. Third base now being taken. So far, just, yeah, pretty chill kind of setup here from our red Protoss player. Get into his third, settling in. There's no big gateway explosion out of Nightmare. He should be taking his own third base as well. Slightly later, slightly more delayed here compared to his opponent, but is expanding. And we're settling in. Gonna be settling in. Oh boy. Hallucination confirms there is a third. Xingming can rest easy, getting his shield battery. Robo follow-up Forge +1, Immortal production, potentially Disruptor as well. We're gonna be here for a while, but let's go. I mean, especially on Golden Aura. Meanwhile, we do see Xingming getting distracted for a moment. Nightmare going for the pylon. Oh, does that blink? Decides the pylon, blinks away. Xingming unable to quite punish. So nice pickup. Behind this, Nightmare getting to +1, charge lots. Likewise, looks like so is his opponent. Both players taking in the similar directions. No one is rushing into Disruptors. Just Charge Lot, Stalker, into eventually Archons as well, I would imagine. Charge is delayed for our red Protoss player, and hopefully we get into that soon. That is a little bit concerning. There we go. Charge now starts up. There's the Temple Archives for Archons. Nightmare should be heading in a similar direction, and we're just building up. Are just building up, calming things down. Just constant scouting from our players, just making sure that there's no big sign of aggression. So far there is none. I mean, I say that, we do have the War Prism on the way initially for Nightmare, and this should be for a move out to reinforce across the map. On top of that, Nightmare has actually still not thrown down the Templar Archives. That tells us that without any Archons, I mean, in a longer, later game, Nightmare's going to have a bit of a harder time. Looks like instead he wants to go for a more decisive move out here and now. Does poke in. Okay, going for a drop towards the main. See if Nightmare cannot pull Xingming apart. As the main army's moving out. As the Road Protoss moves out, Nightmare is moving in. is moving in. And more Chargels, more Archons as well. I do think the Nightmare is actually in a bit of trouble here. There's no shield battery. No shield battery, no Chargels. Okay, Chargels now coming in. There's an Archon to deal with them. Nightmare fighting back. Zell dropping to the main. Probes are falling. But he will lose the fourth. Fourth Nexus goes down. There's a defensive Zella warp in, but is being cleaned up. That's going to be 17 probe kills in the main and the natural. Ay, ay, ay. And Nightmare dealing critical damage. Even hallucinating some of these Immortals. Also, some of these Archons. Archons, they tank some shots. Overcharge gets popped. Xingming trying to break through. The Overcharge puts in a lot of work, though. And does our Red Protoss player have enough here to break through? One real Archon does morph in. Force fields by a lot of time. And there's Immortal on the way, and it looks like Nightmare, he barely has enough. Just barely. Takes down the final Archons. There's one Archon left. Does fall as well. And with Zella reinforcements, Nightmare, he should be able to hold. And across the map, the Zealous is still wreaking havoc. They've still not been cleaned up. GG gets called. Nightmare, he defends, he attacks, and he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I was a little bit concerned that Nightmare just barely wouldn't have enough to hold on, and he even had to throw down some hallucinations just to buy a little bit more time. Was able to. GG. GG, well played. And now we are getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our next match. Oh. Here we go. Sorry, just slipping in some DMs. We're getting ready for our next match. Nightmare here advances on to the upper semis, sorry, to the lower semifinals, and we have our semifinalists ready for us. Here we go. We have our semifinalists. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's go. We have our top four. We have in the upper half of the bracket, we have Estrella takes down Geralt 2-0, and now we have Estrella versus Beyond in the upper semis. And meanwhile, we have Shin and Nightmare in the lower semis. Let's go. Let us go. We have our top four players, and up first is going to be Beyond versus Estrella. They were waiting a little bit longer. They were already ready for us as we were mid-series. So that is going to be up next. Do need a moment to set that up, but it's going to be a PVT for the upper semis and a PVZ for the lower semis. Just need a moment to set up the logos, set up the players. Let's go. As the videos are done and we're jumping into game one on Post Youth. And this I've been looking forward to. Here we go. We have one of the best Terran players in South Korea up against the best player in the Americas. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And if you're in the chats, get your Gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, or whether you think it'll go the way of Björn or Estrella. Best of luck. As I'm honestly really surprised that this made it through the veto process. For the first time tonight, we're going to be able to cast on Post Youth. Post Youth, one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, but not here, not in this series. I'm curious if either player will be rushing into the goal base a little bit faster. Bearing in mind some of the unique features of Post-Youth is the in-base hybrid expansion with half gold minerals. Again, because it's in your main, it is very defendable as well, so you can be very secure on 2 bases initially. Likewise, taking the third is not too difficult either. As we do have Bjorn going for an economic opener, single gas out of Bjorn, so racks into CC is going to be economic. Estrella does confirm. Estrella is aware, as he does double check the gases. So just making sure the predictions have been working. Just making sure. Oh, hold on. My apologies. There we go. Now the predictions are open in the chat. I do apologize. I did forget to pay out the Nightmare series. So predictions are now open. Place your bets while you can. Until then, we do have our setup here. Again, Bjorn taking his expansion, going for the factory follow-up. Meanwhile, across the map, Estrella likewise going for his own economic opener as well, settling into his 2 bases. But where do we go from here? That is the real question. I mentioned earlier there is that gold base here in the center of the map. You have a gold for either player. It's quite exposed. There is high ground right next to it. It's quite difficult to actually maintain. Hello, Estrella. What are we doing? What's up? He goes for... He's crazy. So Estrella, he goes for the greediest build you can go for. This is Gate Cyber Nexus into a second Nexus. This is the army. 1 sentry. This is all Estrella has. This is insanely greedy, and this should not work, but we'll see. We'll see if Estrella can get away with it. Bjorn back at home is getting to his 1-1-1, building up his bio-based army. Bjorn currently is in the dark. Thankfully for Estrella, no Reaper. There's no Reaper from Bjorn, so no scouting. No scouting here from our South Korean Terran player. So Bjorn, he doesn't know that there's anything to punish. He doesn't know, Pat. And Bjorn is setting up for a Widowmine drop. Now, if he moves out with Widowmines and Marines, then Bjorn, he can punish Estrella by getting so many worker kills. Again, this is the army. 2 sentries. That's the army for Estrella. This drop can pop off. Oh, Bjorn's moving out. He is spotted. There's only 1 gateway so far, but there we go. We have more gateways finishing up. Recall towards the gold. Shield batteries on the way. Okay, we have 2 stalkers and 2 sentries. And Bjorn, he doesn't move out with the Marines. He only moves out with the Widowmine drop. Uh-oh. Okay. He's moving out with both. Does move out with both. But last, I do think that Estrella, he has enough to defend his natural, or his gold, I should say. Widowmine drop comes in. Estrella does notice. Pulls away. Whew, does pull away in time. And Marines, they focus on 1 sentry, they get both. Uh-oh. Both sentries do fall. 3 stalkers left. And Bjorn now confirms. Now he gets eyes on the expansion. Gets 1 stalker. But Estrella gets a 2nd stalker. Oh my god. Bjorn getting a lot of value. Meanwhile, back across the map, he escapes with both Widowmines. Does get away. Bjorn is just rallying everything across the map. Gets a 3rd stalker. Estrella fighting out of range of the shield battery. The tank is sieged. Mineral End is under fire. Oh, that is 6 probes going down so quick. I should say 4. That was 4 probe kills here at the gold. And 2 in the natural. Liberator sieging up as well, and again, Bjorn, he's just not slowing down. He knows that the pressure is on. He has to make sure this gold base does not get saturated, and it isn't. At the same time, Widowmine drop also threatening the main. Stalkers diving in. They take down the Marines and the tanks as well. Bjorn overextending. Well, I say that is still trading not too poorly, but both tanks fall. Widowmine jump up. Doesn't quite connect, but they will zone away the workers. Estrella, he's holding. Gains up the tanks. Widowmine drop once again is denied. Estrella is pushing across the map towards the natural. There's a tank in position. Estrella, gets the Liberator. Liberator goes down as well, gets into the main, rotates over, boys are being pulled. And Estrella, he is getting away with it. Gets 3 SCV kills, is forced back, but he has the gold. It's up and running, it's saturated. Oh my god. A wild game here out of Estrella, but so far he's pulling it off. He's holding. Massive gateway explosion. That's 5 gates on the way. Gonna be 8 gates in total. Mass charge lot. I mean, that's a way to make use of the gold minerals. Here's a way to make use of it. Blink Stalkers are out just to contain Bjorn. And Bjorn is stuck on 2 bases. Now he is heavily fortified with tanks, but the win condition for Estrella is not to push into this kind of setup. It's to deny the third. It's to contain Bjorn, keep him on 2 bases. You can see the rallies, you can see the rotations here, making sure there's no drop play sneaking out. And Estrella, from here, he can take a 4th. He can just take another expansion, take a 4th base, gain map control, and build up. But this is still the first step. You can see Estrella, he's just throwing down so many pylons. He is so paranoid about drop play. Speaking of, medevacs are in production, and Bjorn will soon move out. Whether it's a main army move out or a drop, we'll see. Bjorn slowly moving out. Again, Stim and Combat Shield's finishing up. Dust him out. So Estrella away. Estrella pulls back. Bjorn spots the Observer. He gets it. Keen eyes from Bjorn. Gets the Observer. On siege against tanks. And he's pushing. Bjorn, he is moving out across the map. It's a terrifying army. Going for a split push, actually. Double drop towards the left. Main army on the right. Oh, that's a lot of charge lots. And Bjorn is that much more exposed here without those reinforcements. Storm is done. Oh, Storm is done. Straight, he can dive on this. Tanks are unsieged. When my shot goes up, gets baited out. Nice bait from Estrella. Better connection, forced to recall, drop into the main. And Estrella did miss this massive recall back home. Estrella pulls back. Ooh, and this drop gets 6 probe kills, trades with the Stalkers. Not bad. It's going to be a one-way trip, but this was worth it for Bjorn. Honestly, if it wasn't for this double drop, Bjorn would have been in so much trouble. Remember, he was on siege, he was racing up the ramp. Storms were holding his tail. And Bjorn, he keeps dropping. He moves out once again with a quadruple drop towards the left. And Estrella has no vision. He has no scouting. And recall's on cooldown. No! Recall's on cooldown! Bjorn gets in! Estrella out of position! He turns around. Oh, and the base is under fire. The production as well. Everything gets depowered. And Estrella, he's going for the counterattack. The natural falls. It's a tough call to make. But Bjorn is SimCity. Yes, tanks in position, widow mines as well. And massive mine shots. At the same time, we do have a storm in the main. Oh my god. My apologies, but a storm drop into the mineral line. 18 SCVs go down. Both players are hurting. Storms as well. That's a lot of high tempo. That's a lot of storm. Estrella does defend. He cripples the economy. This is still up in the air. Bjorn even canceling the CC. Just to get whatever he can to make another wave of units. Bjorn down to 32 workers. Storm drop coming back in. Once again. Up. Storm gets 5 more SCVs. But I don't think Bjorn can actually break Estrella. There are so many High Templar. There's so many storms. The storms, they keep on dropping. Oof. A little bit trigger happy, but it looks like we have 2 more storms left. 1 storm. There we go. The final storm gets spent. Overcharge gets popped. No more storms remaining. Archon's morphing in. And Bjorn is all in. Bjorn takes down the shield battery, but we have another storm. Oh my god. Barely not. And tanks are exposed. Likewise, Archon falls as well. It's such a close fight. But Estrella, he's holding on. He's holding, Pat. Takes down the Marines. Zones away the army. And Estrella, he holds on to the third base. GG gets called as Björn was all in, and Estrella takes game number 1. That was wild. GG, well played. That was insane. Estrella rushing into an insanely fast third base. Remember, that was a Gate Cyber Nexus opener out of Estrella, and Björn did spot this, did try to punish. Remember, he rallied his first 2 tanks and his Liberator across the map towards the gold. Likewise, his drops were getting so much damage as well. There was no recall available, bases were falling left and right, but the Storm drop was the nail in the coffin there. That was the MVP for Estrella, the Storms, papi. He got so many SCV kills in the main base. Björn was late to react, late to pull away, and that forced Björn all in. Björn didn't want to. Remember, he had a 3rd CC on the way. He was building up towards a longer, later game. He was looking to take an economic lead over his opponent after killing the natural. But, alas, his economy was crippled. GG, well played. We're going to game 2. And Estrella has a lead. Estrella does take a lead. Meanwhile, it looks like we do have to fix something as well. Fix that up. And we're getting into our next series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Estrella. So this build is pretty sweet if Terran opens up fast 3cc. I do agree. That isn't what happened last game, which is why it was so chaotic, which is why it was so intense. Which is why it's more impressive that Estrella, despite the fact that Björn did not open up too greedily, did open up, racks expand, I guess. But despite the fact that Björn is scattered, he tried to punish, and Estrella held on regardless. It's crazy. Very well done, very well played here by Estrella. Again, I'm not so sure that Björn has actually faced off against that build before, so he was, I'm sure, playing off the cuff. Trying to keep up with the kind of play style of Estrella. And that's what's so fun about Estrella, is that he does often come up with his own builds, or he does often just try unorthodox things. He's a very creative player, and hey, it worked. Did work out well for him in game 1. We'll see what Estrella has for us here in game 2. Well, what's he got up his sleeve? What do you have? What's he been cooking? Let's go. We go. As we do have a Björn opening up double gas this time. So double gas open out of Björn, going racks into factory. A much more aggressive start here by Björn. Aggressive / safe, depending on how you want to phrase it. But it is going to be a delayed CC for the Terran. Likewise, opening up Reaper this time as well. After the last game, Björn, he's now been put on notice. And he's going to be that much more attentive as to what Estrella is up to. The Reaper does move out. Reaper moves out across the map. It's the natural. Meanwhile, Estrella going for his Twilight Council. So Gate Cyber expand into Twilight Council, standard opener out of Estrella. Nothing wild this time, not yet at least. And Björn needs to confirm, does dip into the main once the probe will be zoned away. So far, Estrella is keeping up. Oof. He's going to get juked though. Stalker has arrived. And so far, Estrella doesn't lose anything. Oh, it does lose one probe for the Reaper though. Not bad. I mean, Estrella, sure he lost the worker, but he does deny the scout, and Björn is in the dark. While the council is complete, Blink is on the way. Björn moving out with the initial Cyclone. Handful of Marines as well. Moving on the right hand side. Looking for proxies. Likewise, Björn moving out with his Marines as well towards the left. checking for any hidden pylons, any proxy Stargate, for example, or just gateway. Beyond being very careful. Being careful, does find the Adept at least. Behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1. Medevac is on the way, tank production has begun. And I imagine with the arrival of that Medevac, Beyond is going to be moving out across the map, even ahead of time. Meanwhile, how many gateways for Estrella? It was Blink, that is true, but 2, 3, or 4 gates. But now we have a third gateway on the way, very safe opener out of Estrella. We'll have excess, or we'll have extra warp-ins available for a stronger Stalker army, which is going to be ideal against this move out from Beyond. This Beyond is pushing. Marines are rallying out. Medevac as well. Oh, the Adept barely does miss the move out. Uh-oh. Stray, he doesn't see, he doesn't know. Is ready for an expansion. And Beyond does sneak up on it. Yeah, the tanks are sieged. Probe goes down. And Estrella trying to catch reinforcements, barely does miss them. We'll see if he can collapse on the army. Tank on sieges. Beyond trying to sneak out. Estrella does spot it. Oh, the Prism! No! Prism overextends! Massive pickup! Prism goes down. Estrella does push forward. But nice juggling here by Beyond. Avoids many of the Stalker shots. Does pull away, has the high ground. Still rallying. Estrella going for a counterattack instead. And as he counterattacks, a massive shout out to Dave Testa in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Sad to see that you weren't able to play your match earlier, but thank you so much for the gifted subs. Tank gets started down. Nice pick up here by Estrella. Gets a Cyclone as well. Gets a tank, gets a Cyclone, but bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. Estrella taking a lot of losses here. Pulls away. Will escape. Third base getting up and running. Oh, but there is a Liberator across the map. Estrella does respond in time. Only one probe goes down. A nice defense by Estrella. And he does escape with at least 5 Stalkers. Does get away. Honestly, handling that situation quite well. It was a really rough start for Estrella as he did miss the move out, but was able to keep up. Was able to at least respond, counterattack, force Beyond back home, and get his third. Behind this, Beyond getting into his own additional tank production. Stim is on the way. Beyond is contained. As is contained. But again, shout out, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I guess 8 in total. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you for the support, as always, as always. Oh wait, what? Wait, does Twitch give free gifted subs? I didn't even know that was a thing. I guess that's a part of September, question mark? I mean, September's over, but at least I guess now we know. So thank you, Pap. Gracias, gracias. Thank you for the gifted subs. Straight back at home, getting to Colossus production. 4th base on the way. Colossus production has begun. Young likewise moving out. Spotted by the Stalkers. He's not all in. 3rd CC is almost done for Beyond. But still being quite assertive. Gaining map control. Taking it away from Estrella. But again, Estrella, he's just trying to buy time for those Colossus. There's 1 so far. 2nd is on the way. Beyond rotating around. Does unsiege his tanks. A very committed move out here by Beyond. 3 tanks. +1 is about to finish up. Combat shields as well. And the move out is spotted. Estrella knows. Can he get the tanks? Up! Gets a Marauder. Barely 1 second too late. The tanks do get away. That was almost disastrous for Beyond. Almost. But upon being scattered, Beyond backs off. Beyond, he backs off, he wants none of it, and more importantly, because of that little engagement, because Beyond is forced back, that means Estrella gets a second Colossus. Second Colossus now spawns in, and now Estrella can start up his third Colossus, and take his fourth base. Whew. If it wasn't for that, Beyond would have gone across the map, would have threatened the natural, would have threatened the main, or the third even. Rotating once again. Estrella threatening a Zealot counterattack. Uh-oh. Beyond does spot the Zealots. Does react in time. And Estrella, he will have to pull away. Does get into the mineral line, but gets one SCV. And a Widow Mine, but not the best trade here from Estrella. Yeah, the Zealots are shut down. 4 CC in production. Beyond building up towards a later game. Estrella gets away. And interesting, Estrella, he only gets up to 2 Colossus. Just the 2, then he starts up Disruptors. The balls are coming out, man. The balls. Let's go. Disruptors have arrived. Just the one for now. Beyond taking a more defensive stance, the Observer does confirm. And Estrella just fans out his pylons, fans out his workers, getting vision of the entire map, and takes another base. At this point, there's no reason not to. I mean, once he does get eyes on the 4th, he hasn't seen the 4th CC yet, but there we go. 5th is on the way. We're settling in. Are settling in. In September, they gift random subs for every 5. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, we found out at the end. now we know. Now we know. But again, thank you for that, Dave. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Beyond is taking his 4th. Estrella and Beyond are both maxing out. Ghost production has begun. Vikings as well from the side of our Terran player. And for the time being, the players are just posturing against each other. A nice bit of 3 tanks. Zealots, they do try to threaten the 4th. Estrella, ooh, does take a lot of shots to the face. Leading out Zealots. Not the best start of the engage here for Estrella. But at least he still has map control, and he's maxed. From here, I would love to see a second Robo. Not good. Oh, okay, we're good, we're good. We're on double Robo production. That will help when it comes to replacing our Disruptors, if Estrella does lose them. 3-2 on the way. And Beyond is looking secure, establishing his own 4th. And a lot of this will come down to the next engage. Beyond revealing some of his forces on the right. Estrella here towards the left. And Estrella, he is set up to threaten the 4th, to threaten the planetary. We'll see if he can. Beyond is in position. Behind this, we see Estrella getting into all 3 forms of splash damage. Colossus, Disruptor, and Storm. The main army is spotted. Oh, Estrella coming from behind! The opposition! Yeah, he blinks in. Oh, takes down a good chunk of Marauders, never goes off. Massive connection! Marauders go down in a very strong start for Estrella. Yeah, he did sneak in. Gets a Ghost. Ghost goes down, nice EMP on the Zealots. And Estrella, he just sends it across the map. Takes down even more Ghosts as well. There's still a good chunk behind this though. Beyond is going to be able to hold on, forces Estrella back. Estrella denies the 5th, denies the 6th base as well, forces a cancel. But again, Estrella, he was so patient, just lying in wait, waiting for the moment for Beyond to overextend. And did punish him. And Estrella, he knows he has momentum. He knows that he has Beyond up against the ropes. There's 1 tank behind this. Nice EMPs on the Colossus. Never goes off. 1 over left. Up! Ooh, does overshoot. No connection. But Estrella, he gets the base. He gets a planetary. That's what matters. Could have gotten the army as well. The Nova had potential. But Australia pulls back, takes down the expansion, and Bjorn, he's hurting. He's hurting right now because Australia, he can just reinforcing and just keep going. This time this position is that much weaker. Oh, Australia being cheeky. Calm down. Rotates. Prism is denied. War Prism goes down. That will impact reinforcements as well for Australia. His abilities to warp in on the front lines. More disruptors are building up. Zealot run back here towards that planetary. Main army does engage. Nova goes up. Grazes the army. Better connection towards the end. Much better connection. Zealots, they do hit the 4th. Delaying the CC. And Bjorn is just stuck at home. Personally, given this kind of position with this many bases, with this much map control, give us a Stargate and Fleet Beacon. Like, I feel like now is a really nice moment for Australia to get ready for Sky Toss, or at least like have that tech available if he needs it. But on the same time, Australia, he still is looking quite secure. Has High Templar, Storm, Disruptors. Still has a very solid ground army. Let's engage. Nova zoning back the fire. One Colossus goes down. Second is under fire. And both Colossus fall. Let's pick off there with the Vikings. Stray getting back into his Colossus production. Back underway. Gun has the concave. Gun keeping up. Maxing out as well. Get some OK Novas. Bjorn just poking in, looking for an opportunity. Does establish his expansion. Planetary getting back up and running. Bjorn is securing himself. But Australia does catch some of these ghosts. And 2 ghosts go down. Disruptor gets sniped. Up! Never goes up. Some OK storms connected with ghosts. Very intense fight there. No major losses from either side. Just some small pickups here and there. The tank does survive somehow. Does live. Bjorn getting to +3 ship weapons. Still in a low Viking count. Just 2 Vikings for Bjorn. Establishing a 5th CC. Australia is aware. And he does need to deny it. Gets both Vikings. Viking count down to 0. Nova's going off. Good connections. And it looks like Australia might just have too much. Massive connections here on Bjorn. Bjorn getting bullied back. He just cannot keep up. The 5th base is going to go down. There's no saving it. No shot. Not like this. Massive storms as well. Zoning the main army away. And GG gets called. Bjorn, he just cannot keep up. Not anymore. And Australia will take the 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations, Australia will claim the series 2-0. Again, a very unique build in Game 1. Here in Game 2, Bjorn's aggression was punished. If you recall, Bjorn was being very assertive here early on, trying to be active on the map. Australia was able to deter that, was able to counterattack, force Bjorn back home, and force out a longer kind of game state. Nice engagements as well. Again, really patient play from Australia. And even though I do feel like there was maybe some opportunities for Australia to tech up, he still just maintained map control. He maintained an economic advantage as well, and was able to just bully Bjorn back time and time again. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there. And Australia advances on to the grand finals. GG. And now we are heading over to find out who faces off against Australia in those finals. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Will it be a Protoss or a Zerg opponent instead? As we're heading over towards the lower semis. Are heading over. Do just need a moment to set things up. Do just need a moment here. There we go. As we head on over to the Korean server. And we get ready for Shin versus Nightmare. Let's go. Let us go. Just so we need some DMs. And I believe vetoes are done. There we go. We have our lobbies. We are jumping in. Game 1 is going to be on Alkione. Just catching up with the chat. Alright, jumping in. Well, unlucky with the bracket again. Ah, Geralt. You played well, Pat. You played well. Yeah, Stray popping off here tonight. I mean, Stray, he's a strong player, but to bring down Geralt and Björn as well, very impressive stuff. Stray does advance on to the grand finals. And now, we'll see. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be his next opponent? Will it be one Korean player or the other? Protoss or Zerg? We're here to find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the Gaiming Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. But take care, Carol, take care. Thank you so much for competing. Again, I know it's not a really good time for European players, as in, like, the time zone, or the time slots is not the best for European representation, so thank you so much for competing, thank you so much for taking part. Rest well, Pappy, rest well. Get some rest. Well deserved. So we are going to be settling in. To have our initial opener is going to be Hatch Gas Pool here by Shin. Shin is not rushing into the gold, is known for it though, and you can see Nightmare, he checks. Nightmare instantly does check the gold base. It is not uncommon for Shin to rush into this and to try to go for some early game aggression. Not this time though. Not this time by Shin. Also, before I forget, if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your Gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our next finalist. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Will it be a PvP finals or a PvZ? Up to you to make that call. It's going to be up to you. Have Nightmare just being as annoying as possible, setting up back at home, just a gate expanded to Cybercore, pylon gets placed, and this looks like a Stargate opener out of Nightmare. We'll see if that's the case though. Again, the pylon placement is typically more designed for a Stargate here, as it's closer to the edge of the map. And the Stargate is going to be placed down. Now again, Nightmare is more of an aggressive player, and we have seen him time and time again go for more Glaive Adept heavy style or into 3-base all-ins. We even saw that last night. We saw that against Iba. And we'll see if he does embrace the same against Shin. Stargate is almost done, rallying across the map. I imagine going to be an Oracle opener here out of Nightmare. We'll see. We shall see. Ooh, as never mind, it's going to be the Void Ray instead. Is not quite... actually, I mean, the Overlord is spotted by the Cybercore, so the Void Ray should be looking to hunt down the Overlords to deny vision, deny scouting. And we'll see what Nightmare does with that as well. So winding it back a little bit here, the benefit of the Oracle, of course, is the Oracle gives you scouting information, allows you to harass across the map, allows you to safely expand as well. The downside, of course, is that an Oracle doesn't shoot up, but a Void Ray does. And a Void Ray, the power of this kind of opener, is to hunt down these Overlords and to keep Shin in the dark as to what the follow-up is. I mean, this could be, you know, a fast Fleet Beacon into a Tempest Rush, it could be a fast Twilight Council into Glaive of Depths. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Shin to get a read of what's happening, as Nightmare is hunting down one of the more exposed Overlords first, before returning. This Overlord is kind of like a sure thing. Gets one so far. Queens move out, and Nightmare will get a second Overlord as well. So he is on the hunt. Behind this, Shin making an extra wave of Lings, followed by an Oracle. The follow-up for Nightmare at least. Shin is actually rallying across the map. Oh my god! He's rallying out Queens, flooding Lings, and Shin is going for an all-in. He cuts Workers at 37. It's going to be all or nothing for Shin. Again, Shin is a very aggressive player himself, and he's never afraid to just send it like this. All the Oracle falls, massive pickoff. And Nightmare barely has anything to defend. He has one Void Ray. One Void Ray, Shield Battery, and Overcharge, has 2 Adepts on the way. Yeah, 2 more coming in, 4 Adepts in total. And Shin is supply blocked, 7 Overlords in production. The Overlord kills from earlier, they're coming into play. And Queen under fire, no creep, no transfuse. 1 Queen goes down, Overcharge gets popped. Nightmare is holding very nicely, actually. Gets a second Queen. Up, gets 2. 2 Queens go down. And Nightmare is fine. Perfectly fine. Takes down a 3rd Queen and soon to be a 4th Queen. Ay, ay, ay. The Void Ray, it takes no damage. 0 damage to the Void Ray. And Shin is in a rough position here. Oof, this did fall on its face. That's 4 Queen kills. The lack of workers as well. Shin is just now droning. Lair now starts up, but Shin is so far behind in terms of economy. And Nightmare, he's chilling. Is perfectly fine, perfectly safe and sound. I was like, yo, does Nightmare have enough to defend? He lost the Oracle. He has 1 Void Ray to defend. I was more than enough. Crazy. 1 Void Ray, Shield Battery. I believe the Overcharge wasn't even spent. Yeah, didn't even overcharge. Didn't need to. Crazy. Oracles, they do dip into the natural. Getting 2 drones. Legacy of the Void Ray. True, true. Oh, and before I get ahead of myself, as Kuro is saying in the chat, yes, I shouted to Stegosaurus as well. Proto-Stegosaurus for boosting the prize pool. Usually the prize pool is 150 USD, but this week it is 300 USD. So a big shout out to Proto-Stegosaurus. Much love for the support. As Shin behind this, getting to Ling Hydra, and is still desperately droning up, getting a 4th base. Nightmare getting his own 4th as well in a quite a comfortable position. Moving out with Blink Stalkers. Oh, and he's going for an 8-gate all in. Yeah, no gases here at the 3rd. Just mass Blink Stalker from Nightmare. And this is just a really good way to securely punish a Zerg player for falling behind. As Shin is trying to take up into an Infestation Pit, Shin doesn't really have an army. So Nightmare is going in for the kill. He's going in for the kill. No upgrades on these Stalkers outside of Blink. There's no +1. Forge just now on the way. Lings, they come in for a surround, but we have plenty of stasis traps behind this. Yeah, Nightmare's looking to overwhelm here and now. Hydra's getting targeted. Lings are trickling in. And these are losses that Shin just cannot afford. Not like this. Stasis goes off. Catches only 3 Lings, but that's all that really needs to be done. And Shin just cannot recover from the failed all-in. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a very impressive defense there by Nightmare, and Shin just unfortunately miscalculating the power of his timing as well, was maybe hoping he could catch Nightmare off guard. But last, there was already a shield battery, there were defensive adepts, there was an overcharge if need be. Nightmare was looking quite solid there. And Shin had just had no way of spreading creep. We also saw as well, I'm sure it wasn't just that, but if you remember, Shin was also supply blocked. Shin, he also got supply blocked while going for the all-in. He had 7 overlords in production, and that also kind of impacted the strength of the all-in as well. So a lot going wrong there for Shin. And now we're going to game 2. Going into game number 2. And will Nightmare advance on to the grand finals, or can Shin bounce back? I want to believe he can. But it's one of those things where a failed all-in at this level of play is going to get punished so hard. It's so difficult to recover from that position. Nigh impossible. Really just relying on your opponent making mistakes. But now we're getting into game 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. Leading the series 1-0 from South Korea, it is Nightmare. Here we go. Go. So we are going to be settling in from here. Nightmare, of course, going for a gate expand. Shin going a hatch gas pool. Everything looking normal for the time being. Standard openers. The openers might be standard, but again, our eyes have to be on Shin. Does he rush into an all-in? Does he cut workers suddenly and make lings, go into an early Roach Warren? Go for a German taxi. Not unheard of on Oceanborn. It's quite common, actually, to go for 3 base all-ins. We'll see. We'll see if he does embrace that. So now we are settling in. Nightmare just being as annoying as possible. Trying to force some inefficient mining in the main base. But Shin is keeping up. And now we can just settle in. We can settle into game 2. Now, the reason why I mentioned before that all-ins are not uncommon on Oceanborn is because of the third base. The third base is more exposed. Unlike on Alkione that we just saw, there is no ramp. There's no ramp. There's no high ground advantage at the third. Instead, it is, you know, the same kind of point of elevation as the attack path. The ramp instead is in the center of the map, not outside of the expansion itself. So that's why we often see Roach all-ins and German taxis and Queen walks across the map. That's why they're so effective on Oceanborn. But before we can embrace any of that, Twilight Council. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Nightmare. I'm feeling Glaives, but it could be DTs. We'll see what he goes for. For now, 3 and 3. Has 6 workers mining gas for the time being. If we go down to only 4 workers mining gas, it should be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. If we stay in with 6, then this could be a Dark Shrine, or even 6 Gate Glaive Adepts. Or Glaives plus DTs. Nightmare has options. There it is. He's staying in. It's Dark Templar. It's going to be a DT opener from Nightmare. Now, this is not all in. This is designed to give Nightmare an early lead. It can pick off some workers. It can pick off some overlords. And then allow Nightmare to get into a third base. It is designed to get some economic damage done early on. Meanwhile, that's a lot of links. Oh my god. Shin cutting workers early again, investing quite heavily. Getting 16 links already. But there's not really much for them to do. If this was an economic opener, they could deny the third, and it looks like they're going to be able to delay regardless. Probe is moving out. Lings are somewhat in position. Third base being taken. Lings, they will be able to deny. Okay, they get a surround. They force a cancel. Not bad. They force a cancel. They get the probe. They do get on top of the adept. But I am concerned here about the follow-up. Behind this, no spores. No spores in position. Okay, we have one spore at the natural, we have one spore in the main, and now we have a spore on the way at the third. Okay, we have detection, we have spores. No Roach Warren. Oh, Roach Warren just now being thrown down to the 4-minute 30 mark. DTs are waddling in. We'll see what Nightmare can get done. Random drone being sent out. Let's go. He's waddling into the main. Spores ready. So far, nice defense here by Shin. He does keep up. Oh! Let's come in for the surround as well. Gets one! Gets one DT. Prism takes a lot of hits, and so far, a very clean defense from Shin. Prism takes a lot of damage. Now Nightmare has to back off and expand. And the third base is delayed. So big delay on the third. DT opener doesn't really deal any damage. Traded with Lings. And now Archons are amassing. And the problem is that because the Prism has taken some hull damage, it means that Nightmare can't really go for Archon drop harass either. Not like this. Lings, well, they get a little bit ambitious. They threaten us around. Nightmare can at least hunt down this Overlord. Overlord is gonna fall. Send the boy. What happened to that drone? Oh no! There's one drone kill. I think that was the boy. Not like this. The one drone. Behind this, Shin being cheeky, going for a Spire. Bold move. Header for Mutas. Lings, they get across the map, they're going for the expansion, but they won't be able to get it. They at least keep the Archons busy back at home. That's their purpose, really. Just keeping the Archons pinned while Shin expands. Shin taking a fourth base, droning up. Embracing roaches. And thankfully, Shin isn't skipping roach production because Nightmare's moving out with 4 Archons and mass Chargelots. Behind this, there is no Forge, there is no +1. Nightmare's all in. Nightmare, he's all in with this. It's or nothing with Chargelot Archon. And Shin, can he hold on? Could be cutting back. Zell's trickling in. Up. One Queen is not. He's gonna go down. Zell's getting some decent surface area, but the concave is too good. We have more roaches piling in. Zealots are being cleaned up. No more Zealots. And barely 3 coming in to reinforce. And Shin is holding. Shin, he just shuts down the all-in. I mean, it's all that Nightmare had left. And alas, if Shin was droning, or if he was getting ready for Mutas, then he would have been caught out. But GG gets called, and Shin bounces back, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Very risky maneuver here by Shin. Oh, sorry, by Nightmare. Basically, Nightmare, who was hoping that maybe Shin was droning, or Shin was teching, or Shin was just being too greedy in general. Nightmare just going straight for the all-in instead, and it didn't quite work out. Shin was ready. He was ready, was not caught with his pants down. The pants were up, papi. GG. And we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. And all ends here on Dynasty. God damn it, Shin. Shin, he is one of the few Zerg players out there that consistently does not veto Dynasty. He's an animal. He is an animal, and there's a good reason for it. If you're a fan of the channel, if you've been watching for the past couple of weeks, you would know Shin's build on this map. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, not going for the goal. I mean, I don't blame him. We have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss player. It is Nightmare. Now, typically in this matchup, typically in PvZ, the Protoss player can freely take the gold, can freely take this gold base and can freely saturate, can freely mine from it. The reason for this is because Zerg players do not have easy access to range-based units in the early game. You know, Roaches and Hydras, sure, but Ling Bane doesn't really do anything here. So Protoss players can freely expand, can take the gold, and can freely mine. That is why this map is often vetoed. On the flip side, Zerg players cannot take the gold because Adepts and Stalkers can harass this really early on. Adepts, Stalkers, Oracles, anything and everything. That's why Shin is going for the standard natural, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. Now, what Shin does on Dynasty, what he has done consistently over the past month of play, we've been casting a lot of Shin here on Dynasty, that's why the drone is moving out, he spine rushes. He proxy hatches and he spine rushes the gold. Little does Shin know that Nightmare did not take the gold, because I imagine Nightmare has played against Shin before. So Shin, he's blindly going for the proxy. And again, this hatchery is designed to spread creep and to spine rush, but there's no base, there's no gold. Now, at least Shin can mine from the gas, true, but he isn't even set up to properly mine from the gold base either. Like, this isn't ideal to actually mine from this location. It's designed to be aggressive. Overlord does confirm. Now Shin knows what's going on. And I'm curious how Shin adapts this. Very curious. Again, he can mine from the gold. From the high yield gas geyser at least. I don't see him long distance mining too much here. I don't think it's quite worth it compared to just regular mining at the natural. We'll see how this turns out. Shin is moving out with a drone. Just the one that should be for the gas. Roach Warren is on the way. And I guess Shin can still turn this into a Roach all-in, right? Like, with this gas geyser, he can still commit to aggression. Yeah, more boys being pulled. Has to saturate the gas. Nightmare opening up Stargate. Into Void Ray. Ooh. Okay, I see you. It is going to be a Void Ray opener for Nightmare. Overlord will confirm. Is dipping into the main. And Shin does at least have a Queen on the way. Can morph in a Spore Crawler as well to protect the gas geyser. Roaches are amassing. Overlord doesn't quite confirm what's going on, but now the Void Ray is revealed. And now Shin knows. And Shin is not droning, by the way. Shin, he's not droning. He's committed to an all-in. He's flooding Lings, flooding Roaches. The probe does confirm the creep. And the Void Ray can divert. Just getting another Overlord. Ooh, heavily supply blocking Shin, actually. That supply block is real. Oof. Continuing the supply block. Meanwhile, Shin massing on more Ravagers. Void Ray Oracle does avoid the proxy for now, going across the map. I do like this. Back at home, no Queen in the main, no Queen at the natural. The Queens are waddling across the map. Uh-oh, things are about to get chaotic as drones are about to fall. Yeah, the Oracle goes ham, no Spore in position either, drones are falling. Meanwhile, we have a second shield battery on the way. And Nightmare is getting ready for the all-in. That's going to be 7 drone kills across the map. The economy is crippled. Yeah, there's no turning back from this. Void Ray back to defend. It takes out one of the Ravagers. Gets a second Ravager as well. And, oh, Nightmare is shutting this down. Yeah, GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Nightmare will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, I'm sure Shin, when he rocked up across the map and when he noticed that there was no expansion, there's that moment where he's like, what do I do now? Like, what's going I was supposed to spine rush by, but there's no expansion. What do I do? Tried to go into a Ling Ravager all in, but as we saw, Nightmare, he was well prepared. He had a Void Ray ahead of time. He was able to cripple the economy. Did have 2 shield batteries back at home, and he was perfectly safe and sound. Perfectly fine. GG, well played. GG, well played. Nightmare will take it in the end. Congratulations. And with that, we have a PvP Grand Finals. GG, well played. We're heading over to the Americas, and we're getting ready for our last series of the night. Of the morning, even. Let's go. Do you need a moment to set things up? Here we go. But I honestly, I feel like that's a series that I need to bring up in the podcast. Like, Yako's gonna be like, oh, what happened here? Like, did we have Dynasty again? Did we Spine Rush again? I'm like, mate, you're not ready. You're not ready for what's to come. Not like this. Aye. Regardless, GG, well played. We have our top 2 players here in the tournament. It is going to be a PvP between Nightmare and Estrella. Let's go. Let us go. Just making sure predictions were paid out, and vetoes are underway. I should also fix up our bracket here as well. Let's go. We have our bracket set again. Honestly, some crazy upsets. Like, coming into this tournament, who were the top 2 seeds? Who was number 1, who was number 2 in the tournament? Number 1 was Byeon, number 2 was Shin. And coming into this, I was expecting a Byeon versus Shin rematch, but no. Instead, just out of left field, Estrella takes down Byeon 2-0, Nightmare takes down Shin 2-1. The upsets were real, and now as a result, we have a PvP finals instead. Crazy, Papi, crazy. GG, well played. Again, Estrella having a very impressive performance against Byeon, and Shin having a lot of failed aggression against Nightmare. Bear that in mind. Both games that Nightmare won, it was failed all-ins from Shin. The all-ins did fail, and Nightmare was able to showcase his defensive prowess against Shin at least. And now he's up against Estrella in that PvP matchup, and things are about to get chaotic, I'm sure. Oh boy. I say that game 1 is going to be on Golden Aura. This is more known for one of 2 things, one of 2 extremes. Either early cheese or late game macro. What do we get? What do we go for? Here we go. Let us go. And we're getting into the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5, and we're jumping into Golden Aura. Let's go. See in the chat. We weren't able to cast those games. We don't know. We don't know. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself currently teamless. It is Nightmare. Oh, and I also have to turn off the VPN, so oh. Hopefully we don't lag out. We'll turn it off after this game. Regardless, we are going to be settling in. Hopefully we don't get any frame drops. But for now, it looks like standard openers. So far, we haven't seen any players send out a probe across the map. At least not yet. Not for the time being. Estrella still is in Korea? Currently, no. Currently, Estrella is in the Americas. Out of the NA boys that were in Korea, Trigger is still in South Korea, but all the others have returned home. So Estrella is in the States, Future is in the States, Clem is in Europe. The Airbnb that they once all stayed at is only filled by Trigger. He's the only one there. He was left behind by Smurge. But that is why we are on the Americas server. For the most fair ping between someone from Korea and someone from the Americas. We're on US West, as a heads up. So yeah, Stray is back in the States. As we have Nightmare opening up 2 gates, likewise so was Estrella. Nightmare moving out with his probe though, checking bottom left. Okay, just scouting. Not setting up his own proxy, just checking for any kind of hidden pylons, anything crazy from his opponent. Likewise, Estrella doing the same. Moving out with his probe scouts, it's going to be a double stalker open out of Nightmare, likewise double stalker out of Estrella. A much more assertive start. So we can embrace the turtle. It's beautiful. Let's go. And we do see Nightmare doubling down. He didn't just open up double stalker, we have a 3rd and 4th stalker as well. With this, ideally, Nightmare, he can catch out the first couple of units of Estrella and move out from there. Just snowball out of control, push towards the natural base, and get even more value. As Estrella does hit the natural. Nightmare scouting top right. Stalkers are revealed. Oh, Nightmare does actually catch a probe. Probe goes down, can keep moving. Nightmare is just maintaining himself back at home. Both players have expanded. Do you have Estrella taking up into a Twilight Council? And even recalls back home. I mean, Estrella, he was aware that he could have been surrounded by Nightmare. So he recalls back home. Is safe and sound. And is trying to confirm what's going on with that hallucination. Hallucination will not be denied. Gets into the main. Gets eyes on the tech. Is going to be a Twilight Council. Is going to be Blink. And Estrella can rest easy knowing that he has a much faster Blink timing compared to Nightmare. Now, the reason for this is that Nightmare did warp in extra Stalkers, so Nightmare has a much larger army. The downside is later Twilight Council and later Blink. But only by a couple of seconds. Not too far behind. He's holding down the fort. Exactly. It's warming up the house. As Estrella, he moves out, is spotted by the hallucination. As he moves out, he will expand. So Estrella kind of feigning aggression. Trying to keep Nightmare on notice. Adept Swords are left unspotted. So far, Nightmare is keeping up. Do you remember that Nightmare does have the larger army and a head-on fight to do favor Nightmare? As Estrella goes for a much faster 3rd and into a much faster Robo as well. Like, Estrella's being quite greedy. He's being quite greedy behind this. And if he gets away with it, he will take a lead. He will get ahead. Nightmare just now expanding. Estrella poking in. Does that Blink. Dives into the main. Does slip into the main base. We'll get some worker kills. Probes are going down. Su gets 3. Adepts a shade towards the 3rd. 5 probe kills so far. Not bad. It's going to be a one-way trip. Forced to recall. And how many do fall? He gets 1. Just 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker falls. The others do recall back in time. Very efficient pickoffs here by Estrella. Again, remember, Estrella, he has a faster 3rd. He has faster upgrades, faster tech. +1 is on the way. Forge only just now begins for Nightmare. Nightmare invested quite heavily here into all these Stalkers, but wasn't able to make use of them. They were for naught. They just weren't worth it in the end. And in a mirror matchup, that's everything. Right? All these like little advantages they do build up over time in a mirror matchup like this. Nightmare there still has the higher Stalker count. Has double the Stalkers of Estrella. Uh-oh. Has double the Stalkers. Is moving out 14-7. The first Immortal is on the way. It does pop out in time. And do we have those force fields? Well, 1 sentry goes down. The other two are forced back. Yeah, but there are the force fields. The Immortal does arrive just in time. Nice snipe from Nightmare. Gets another sentry. Going for the Nexus. But doesn't quite get it. And Nightmare gets forced back. He gets one probe. Estrella defense. Again, Estrella, he has gotten away with his greed. He was vulnerable and again still has a lower army or smaller army. But as the Immortal count gets higher, Estrella is more secure. Even taking a fourth. Nightmare should cancel. Yeah. A little bit too greedy this time from Estrella. A little bit too much. Fourth base is denied. Estrella trying to keep up. This time he's in position. He zones the main army away. And +1 is about to kick in for Estrella. Gateway explosion is done, and now Estrella can focus on his army. Up until this moment, Nightmare was the one that had an army supply. That's about to change. Now Estrella has +1, Immortals, charge lots, Stalkers, charge is still on the way for Nightmare. Yeah, Nightmare, he is one step behind when it comes to the overall, the tech. The tech and the economy. Now Nightmare is trying to rush into High Templar. Archon's on the way. That can be the deciding factor, but he needs the Archon. The Archon's just now morphing in, but it looks like it's too little too late. The base is denied. The Archon will at least keep Nightmare alive. It does mean that Estrella can't quite push in. But he does force a cancel. Drop into the main. Estrella's fourth is now finishing up. And there's going to be a very strong +2 timing for Estrella. But there's going to be a window where Estrella has +2 and Nightmare does not. Until then, Estrella backs off. Again, there's no reason to push in ahead of time. No reason to push in prematurely. Does want to wait for those upgrades. So Estrella, he retreats, building up more Archons, more charge lots. There is still that War Prism threading the main. Can dive in at any moment. A Nightmare is in position though, has 4 Stalkers. Stalkers ready. Nightmare should be okay. +2 is kicking in. And Estrella, he is going to be actually taking into Disruptors. Okay. Interesting choice. I do think that we could have thrown down the Bay a little bit earlier if we wanted to head into Disruptors. Regardless, has now been thrown down. Estrella moves out. +3 is on the way. The window is closing where he has the upgrade lead. +2 is almost done for Nightmare. Prism is denied. Yeah, it looks like Estrella won't quite commit. Pushing into this defensive position is going to be difficult even with the supply lead. Even with an upgrade advantage. The army's out of position. The base can go down. Oh. Yeah, Nightmare completely out of position. The Nexus is under fire. Shield battery falls, no overcharge. And the Nexus should be targeted as well. My god, there's just a sea of Zealots coming in. Estrella does pull away, avoids the splash damage. Catches out the Stalkers. And can Estrella break through? We have reinforcements coming in. And Nightmare holds. Nightmare, he's going to be able to hold on. And can he save the base? The expansion is still alive. Concave in favor of Nightmare. And Estrella did overextend, and he did not get the expansion. And Estrella's now in trouble. I thought he was going to try and snipe the Nexus and then get the hell out of there, but no. Estrella, he went for a head-on fight instead. That did not go well. Estrella forced back home. Upgrades did even up in the middle of that fight. And Nightmare is in this now. There was an opportunity for Estrella, but it feels like he did kind of miss it. Estrella just feeling a little bit too overconfident in that fight. But at least he's working on Disruptors. The problem though, just one robo. Just the one. No, never mind. Second robo. Soon to be up and running, I'm sure. But he can make 2 Disruptors at a time. There we go. but the game will progress. And the advantage that Australia once had isn't really there anymore. I mean, sure, there's +3, and sure, we have the disruptors first. That is true. Like, Australia has some leads. But it feels like, for the most part, Nightmare is catching up. Nightmare going for his own second robo. The bay is almost done. 5th base on the way for both players. We'll see if Australia can make use of this disruptor lead. I mean, there's a lot of potential, of course. A lot of potential with disruptors. Nightmare isn't quite there yet. Australia moving out. Nightmare has a very Archon-heavy composition, which would annihilate the Mass Zealot of Australia, but that's where the disruptors come into play. Australia just rotates. Oof, I cannot touch this main army, not with the Zealots, never goes off. Good connection. Does soften up 2 of those Archons, but there are shield batteries behind this. Nightmare does hold. And we mentioned before that Nightmare, again, he's looking quite secure, gets his 5th base, disruptors have arrived, and both players will soon max out. Australia will be the first to max out, that is true, but I don't know if he can really make use of that army. Cashes out Zealots, not bad. Cashes out Zealots, rotates towards the south. Nightmare's trying to keep up with those rotations. The main army is spotted. Nightmare is in position. Zealot run by on the right. Plenty of cannons, plenty of shield batteries. Oh, and Australia going for a tripod attack. Nightmare not where he needs to be. Australia, he hits the 3rd, dips into the main, and hits the 5th base as well. But Australia doesn't get much done. He gets a couple of workers, doesn't commit. Australia playing it safe. Nightmare now in position. Nova's going up. Oh. Raises the army. Results for the most part are cleaned up. It's going to be 6 probe kills, nothing more than that. Nova's going off though. Decent connections. Take down some stalkers. We see Nightmare trying to cut Australia off. Coming in from the right. Bleeding out an Archon. More Novus going up. Nightmare, he doesn't completely chase. Does play it safe. Pulls back. But now we have an even disruptor count. 6 disruptors versus 6. Heavier Archon count from the side of Nightmare. We have a 3rd robo on the way for Australia. More disruptors. Let's go. Up. As both armies are posturing. Dark Shrine is on the way for Australia. No one is taking it to Skytoss yet. But that would be a good option for either one to head into Tempest. Main army is spotted. Australia going for a counterattack. And could try to force a recall. Going for the Nexus. Finally, he can snipe it. Nexus goes down. He gets 1. Nightmare forced a recall. Setting up a surround. Coming in from both angles. But Australia, he will slip away. Does manage to get out of there. High-wise expansion is denied. Disruptor's getting caught out. Gets 1, gets 2. Oh, just the 1. There we go. Gets the 2nd disruptor as well. Nightmare pushing in. Australia is set up for a surround. Trying to come in from behind. Nova's going up. Good connection here from Nightmare. Ooh, good connections all around. But Australia, he goes for the dive. Gets 1 disruptor. Nova's going off. Looks like some decent connections from Estrella. Oh, takes out an Immortal Archon Stalkers as well. A slightly better trade from our blue Protoss. The Disruptors were saved. Disruptors to get out of there. But they're not quite in position. As Estrella just keeps moving out. Does keep pushing. There you go, those Disruptors. They're going to be late to respond, but Estrella backs up. Nightmare taking another expansion. And that is a 4th Robo on the way. Let's go. This is such an interesting contrast compared to last night. If you were here for it, we casted Nightmare versus Geralt, where both players did embrace Sky Toss. If you remember, Nightmare rushed into Carrier, and sorry, I'm referring to Lunacy, my apologies. But Lunacy rushed into Carrier, and Geralt rushed into Tempest in this kind of game state, but neither player is really willing to go into any Stargates. They committed to the Disruptors. Still being quite active. It's going to be 9 Disruptors versus 6. Estrella catching out an Immortal. Nervous go. Oh my god. Estrella does shoot first. Takes down 2 Disruptors for 1. 2 for 1 trade, not bad. Got an Immortal as well. Oh. Estrella trying to zone back the main army. But Nightmare can actually rotate towards these northern bases. He's going for it. Meanwhile, Estrella going for a massive Zealot DT counterattack instead. That's a lot of Dark Templar. And Nightmare going for the cannons, depowers all of them. Yeah, so Artosis pylons. They do go down. DTs are coming from behind. No detection! Oof. But Novas are going up. No detection whatsoever. DTs, they do so much damage. Oh my god! Actually trade quite well. And Nightmare's trapped. Nightmare, he has to recall. Estrella trying to cut him off. Nightmare, he's cornered. Estrella doesn't quite go up the ramp though. Okay. Nightmare, he will be able to break out. Does break it out in the end. Reinforces with more Stalkers. Takes them over to the base. But Estrella is bleeding out a little bit too much. DTs are coming from behind. They go for the Disruptors. Not bad. Oh my god, every single Disruptor goes down. The flanking DTs. The Invisible Man. Detection does come in, but that was a very nice flank from Estrella. Resets the Disruptor count from both sides. I say that, Estrella still has 3. There's 3 left. But Nightmare still has always up a base. Estrella catching up. Armies to trade. Again, Nightmare having to rebuild those Disruptors from scratch is brutal. So build himself back up, going for his own DT run by. Still sticking with ground toss. And do we have cannon? Okay, we do. We have plenty of cannons, at least at the 3rd, or at the 4th. Even the one here at the natural. DT's waddling in, going for the Robo. Not a bad pickup. Robo goes down. Oof. Very nice Nova. As Estrella does defend. And once again, both armies, they kind of back off, they rebuild. Both players are remaxing once again. Pretty similar kind of resources lost overall. We do see that Estrella has lost less gas, so he has been more efficient when it comes to the overall Disruptor trades and Stalker losses. So Estrella has been more efficient. But Nightmare has also been mining a little bit more for longer. They it comes to this sick base. And now he's clashing, Nova's going. Oh my god! Massive connections! And Stray gets caught out. Stray does get caught. That's all that matters here. Once again, Nightmare getting ready with those disruptors. Oh, there he goes off. Gets an Archon. Not bad. A lot of this also come down to positioning, map awareness. Nightmare's trying to catch a Stray out of position here. Not quite able to. Nightmare has to back up. More DTs on the way. Stray poking in. Counter blinks. Nightmare setting up a counterattack with mainly Archon Stalker. Interesting. No disruptors. Not with the run by. Meanwhile, detection is ready, and Nightmare will completely shut this down. Yeah, there is an observer. At least he should shut this down. The Archons are falling. Oh my god, the power of the DTs! It actually went better for Stray than I thought it would. He's still cleaned up, but yeah, not bad. Man, when I saw a line of Zealots and DTs running into 3 Archons, I was like, the Archons win this, right? No, apparently not. That's crazy. So a very nice cleanup here from Estrella. Nightmare moving out. Recoil gets forced, Estrella out of position. Just Pylon does depower all the side defense. Oh, there it goes up. Gets a Zealot. Nightmare going for the gold. We'll see if he can get away with it. Ooh, as Nightmare a little bit late to blink there. Takes Nova to the face. Once again. As we mentioned before, Nightmare, he has been a little bit less efficient when it comes to his trades. That's reflected in the overall bank. That's why Stray has built up a 3k bank, and Nightmare has not. Top right is being denied. And so is bottom left. Stray will get on top of it. Right on top of the turtle, exactly. As the main armies are in completely different locations here, we can go for a bit of a base trade, but no, Nightmare, he does respond. Let's go. Oh my god! He wasn't looking! Nightmare not paying attention, losing his entire half of his army. Stalkers and Archons do go down. Nightmare is racing on over. There are disruptors in position. Let's go up. Up! Oh my god, no blinks! Oh my god! Estrella, he lost everything! The disruptor count gets reset. Estrella, now it's his turn not to pay attention. Not like this. No one's looking. Everyone has their pants down. Not like this. And Nightmare, he can keep going. Again, there's 0 disruptors remaining for Estrella. Send it, papi. Not like this. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. Nightmare can break through. Nice concave here from Estrella, but again, no disruptors. And Nightmare can just zone Estrella away. Comes in for the surround. Comes in for the full surround. Oh my god, bit of friendly fire. Nova's going off. Boys being pulled. Massive connection. 17 probes go down. Nightmare, he does get the better trade. But Estrella's holding on. He's buying time. Getting the gold. Gold is up and running. And Estrella getting back into his own disruptors. The armies do clash. At the same time, DT counterattack. Ooh, takes down the entire mineral line. 70 probes do fall. And despite how efficient Astray has been for the majority of this game, it feels like when it matters most, Nightmare, he is popping off. Ooh. Lands another Nova. Meanwhile, Astray responding with mass DT. Let's go. But Nightmare has top right. Is up in expansion. Is up in economy. DTs will recall. Going for a counterattack. There is an observer for Nightmare. Bear that in mind. Let's have an observer. Nightmare, he snipes one. Gets two. Yeah, both disruptors go down. And Astray, he's still up against the wall. He still hasn't recovered from those losses earlier. Astray, he has no bank. DTs come in. Nightmare just recall. Disruptor's getting caught out. Astray gets caught out once again. The Novas connect. Oh my god. And GG gets called. There's just nothing left for Astray. Nightmare will take game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. The dominoes, they fell one after the other and everything just in favor of Nightmare. Astray was playing so well for a solid, I want to say like 25 minutes. This was a 28-minute game. But it all kind of fell apart there when, alas, Astray, he wasn't quite paying attention to his army. Massive Novas went off. Astray, he lost 6 Disruptors and like 20 Stalkers in the blink of an eye. He plummeted in supply. And even though Astray survived after that, he lost the mineral line, he lost the base. Like, it was still a very, very difficult defense there for Astray. He had to burn through his bank to survive as well. And everything just kind of fell apart around Astray. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare takes game 1, but that was merely only game 1. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more. As we are getting ready for game number 2. Oh my god. It was very tense. It was such a tense lead up as well. It was like 25 minutes of like edging, of just like Novas kind of grazing each other here and there. Like Astray had a slight edge and a slight lead throughout most of it, getting faster expansions, faster tech. Was the first to get into disruptors, and then it all popped off, Fahi. It all popped off. Catching up in the chat. The pain of Disruptor Wars. You're not wrong. I mean, that's the problem, or that's the difficult thing about this kind of game state in PvP, is just how much on a knife's edge you're playing on. Because in one wrong move, in one wrong moment, Disruptors will end the game. Like they just do so much damage in such a short period of time. It's a very explosive unit in more ways than one. And it can all end in the blink of an eye. Here we go. So surprised no one was starting on air attack upgrades. I think it's a stylistic thing. There are players like Geralt, for example, that do embrace Sky Toss a lot more easily and a lot more quickly in PvP. I imagine that's, I mean, Nightmare and Astray both are maybe a little bit more comfortable sticking with a more kind of ground-based composition. I do agree in a sense that I think both players had the opportunity to take up into Sky Toss if they so chose to, but again, they preferred not to. And I mean, it could also be quite difficult as well, especially if you're both as active as they were, to actually have the room to tech up in that way. As that also eats into your ground army supply, of course, and does leave you vulnerable at times. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro down in the series, but it's a best of 5, Poppy. Plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. It is Australia. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss, the Red Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is Nightmare. It's true, out of anyone, the turtle did take the most Novus to the face. Oh no. The things that turtle has seen. This turtle. So happy. Doesn't deserve it. Not like this. Cuídate, papi. Cuídate. Also, good morning, Trigger. I noticed you. Did notice you in the chat. Good morning. Good morning. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. We'll see Trigger in the Turtle Tussle. Maybe. I know it's a lot earlier in South Korea. I think it starts at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. in South Korea, so you have to be an early riser to compete, or you can be a full degen and just stay up and pull a 24-hour, like just pull an all-nighter. Like Björn. Este Björn. He's an animal. No sleep. As we do have Australia moving out with a probe. Interesting. Does move out, does set up a proxy pylon across the map. After a 30-minute game, we're done, Papi. We're done with the macro. The gloves are off. Let's go. As the pylon has been placed. And of course, Nightmare is aware. He is aware that the second pylon is missing. It could be anywhere. It could be a real proxy. It could be a fake. Nightmare is on the hunt. You can see him patrolling, checking the natural, checking the third, and rallying back towards the center of the map as well. Meanwhile, what's it going to be? Robo or Gateway? It's going to be the Robo. It's going to be a one-base all-in for Australia. Let's go. One way or another, the game will end. Either he kills Nightmare or he dies trying. And again, so far, Nightmare, he's trying to get a read on what's going on. He's scouting towards the left-hand side. Australia's on the chase. Second probe moves out. And Nightmare, he will eventually find this. I mean, I say that, it's going to be close. Probe goes up the ramp, and Nightmare, does he get eyes on the Robo? Up! He's so close! No! He doesn't check! He goes up the ramp, but barely does miss it. Nightmare, he's still looking. He's still checking, still looking for the proxy. Looking for a Stargate, or even just a fake proxy pylon. Robo production has begun, and behind this, we are going for a Twilight Council response. Nightmare headed towards Blink. Uh-oh. No defensive Robo. Nightmare does catch out the Stalkers, though. Will bully Australia back. Australia reinforcing. Does have the high ground, or at least had it. And very clutch micro here. One Stalker goes down, two Stalkers go down. A better trade for Nightmare. 2 for 1. Forcing Australia back. Australia behind this, going for a third gateway. Immortal's out. The Immortal trying to come in from behind. Oh! Yeah, the flanking Immortal. Let's go! Yeah, out of the tall grass. Australia, he does get one Stalker. And Nightmare, ooh, he was expanding. Brutal position. Again, Nightmare, he wasn't sure about the all-in. He wasn't sure about the proxy. He did expand. Shield batteries are on the way. Second pylon as well. Yeah, Nightmare, he was taking, he was working on his economy, he was not working on his defense. Nightmare is in trouble. Head-ups do make their way across the map. Shield battery is done, just in time. There's a sentry as well for a force field. Speaking of, a nice catch. Another Stalker goes down. Likewise, Australia can juggle back, he can save his units, can preserve them. Head-ups, they get in! Australia not in position. And not in position to have second one-shot probes. Probes are going down. Australia, he's on a timer. Oh, losing so many workers. That's going to be 5 probe kills already. And no mining whatsoever. Australia completely all in. Forcing his way up the ramp. Overcharge gets popped. Despite the overcharge, oh, the Stalker does take an extra volley. Boys are being pulled. Australia trying to fight out of range. Stalker's being forced back. Probes are going down, but Astray, he maintains his army, now up to 2 Immortals. Looks like he has enough. Workers, they dive back in, back to mining. Gateway falls. Nightmare, he does have 2 gateways behind this, but the overcharge is now on cooldown. It's now on cooldown. And it looks like Astray, he has too much. It looks like Astray, he has done it. Takes out the sentries, gets up the ramp. No force field. GG gets called, and Estrella ties up the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. We have a finals. GG, well played. Again, it was a bit of a misread from Nightmare. If you recall, Nightmare, instead of throwing down extra gateways on a robo, he responded with an expansion and blink and a Twilight Council. It looks like Nightmare was assuming that it was either like a proxy Stargate or a fake proxy pylon, just because he hadn't found the proxy. He was so close to scouting the robo, but he barely did miss it. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Astray was able to catch Nightmare with his pants down. The pants were down. GG. GG, well played. Does look happy though. He does. We still need a turtle emote. We do. I mean, I think we can probably make use of what we have. Probably. Why is the turtle doing the Gangnam style cowboy lasso dance? Why not, Pat? Why not? That's the dance you want to go for. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. As we have a back and forth, we have a series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro, tying it up and forcing the game 3. It is Astray. I mean, we were going to have a game 3 anyway, but here we go, and spawning in the top right-hand corner as Astray, he's mining through the minerals early on. Interesting. In the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Nightmare. Let us go. And Astrea, he's still mining through those minerals. What are we going for? I would imagine proxy Stargate. That would make the most sense. As Astrea is breaking through, Nightmare coming in with the probe scouts. Ooh, and will Nightmare actually spot that worker? It looks like he will. Up! Up! He barely doesn't. Oh my god. Barely will miss the probe. Astray, he breaks through, getting across the map. He is now broken through, and this is a prime location for a proxy Stargate. Will Nightmare check? He dips in, he confirms the setup, and he will get eyes on the wall. There we go, Nightmare, he is aware, he's on the hunt. If there is a proxy, it should be in this area, it should be in this location. Astray throws down the pylon, is setting up for the proxy Stargate, and Nightmare will confirm. This time, Nightmare will scout. So looking a good read here by Nightmare. Does check, does confirm, there's really not many places to hide a proxy. And Nightmare gets eyes on this. Has confirmation. Astrea back at home going Stalker Sentry. And at this point, Astrea may as well just not throw down the Stargates. You know, the surprise factor is gone, and yeah, he expands. Let's go. Astrea, he cancels the Stalker, he goes for a more economic opener. A single unit, 1 sentry into expand. So I do like this deviation here by Astrea. I do believe that Astrea wanted to go for a proxy Stargate, but because he got scouted, he pivots away. Second pylon, shield battery production as well. Nightmare is moving out with the depths though, not with Stalkers. We'll see what he can get done. So get a nice kind of deviation here from Astrea. Oh, nice transition. Twilight Council now on the way. Adepts threatening a shade. Astrea does respond in time. Does wall up. And we have a game. We can calm things down, both players are expanding, and we can embrace a longer, later game instead. So Phoenix gets in. Oh, he's going to be shut down. Does confirm the Twilight Council. Estrella is aware. And Estrella, upon mining through more of these gold minerals, it looks like he is just setting up for a third. Oh. Just setting up for a third expansion. I mean, it can be very well defended as well. Estrella being a little bit cavalier with this army. Has to pull away. Doesn't want to lose those sentries. So wish to lose them. He's just getting into blink. Adepts do shade in. And Estrella this time he was late to react, late to respond. Adepts get one probe so far. Gonna get two, gonna get three. Oh my god. Gonna get to four, and can we get a fifth? Not quite. Actually, never mind. Yeah, 5 probe kills. Very nice damage. 5 probe kills, a full scout of the main. Confirmation there are no additional gateways. And why is that? Because Estrella has taken a third. Estrella has expanded, so is Nightmare. So both players working towards a longer, later game. Building up towards the mid game. Nightmare pulls away. And we could end up in Disruptor Wars again. We're still a ways away from that, but we're headed in that direction. Both players expanding, getting into Blink. Forge on the way for Nightmare for +1. Forge now on the way for Estrella, slightly behind. So Nightmare will have a slight upgrade lead. Where he has +1 and then +2. Hallucination confirms saturation. Charge being prioritized here for Estrella. The first to get into charge lots, first to get into immortal production as well. Meanwhile, Nightmare is still sticking with just purely Blink Stalker. Hasn't invested into charge yet, but I'm sure he will eventually. I'm sure he'll get there. Okay, now another hallucination. You can see Estrella, he confirms that gases are being taken. And saturation as well. So Estrella should be feeling pretty safe here to tech up. Throwing down more gateways, could go into Archons as well. No charge. So Nightmare actually is just opting to go for a Mass Stalker. Mass Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, I was waiting for a Templar Archives for Estrella, but no, he will be going for a much faster Robotics Bay this time. Bolt mid. Ooh, Nightmare getting caught out. Force to recall, bleeding out 3 Stalkers. Ooh, and the Observer as well, not worth it for Nightmare. Got some rough losses. But again, winding it back a little bit, actually both players thinking the same. Disruptors are on the way for both Nightmare and Estrella. Sure, Estrella, he might have like a 1 Disruptor lead, but just the 1. Both players are skipping Archons. I mean, it makes sense. Crimson Court is a very defendable map. The reason for this is because of all the choke points, all the ramps as well. It can be quite difficult to end the game early on this map. Like, once you hit a certain threshold, then we can embrace a later game. That's going to be a Colossus first out of Estrella. Okay, now I still think he will be working towards Disruptors, but it is the Colossus first. Now, Colossus they do have their place in PvP. They can do well against a gateway-heavy composition, but they can struggle quite a bit in Disruptor Wars. The first Disruptor's on the way. Nightmare will have the Disruptor lead. Second Robo in production as well. And I believe Estrella has yet to throw down his own Robo. There we go. Second one is now on the way. But Nightmare's going to have a massive Disruptor lead. I am concerned for Estrella. Nice snap on the Observer. Oh, but Estrella does punish. Colossus is revealed. Multiple, let's go. Nightmare is aware. Shelling away at the mineral line. Oh! Well, 6 little hits. But the punish is real, the force fields. Very nice setup from Estrella. Baits out the blink, locks down the stalkers. Disruptors are coming in for a flank. Nova's going off. Up! Estrella's not looking! Oh my god! Not looking, not paying attention. The Colossus goes down. Immortal as well. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And once again, Nightmare has momentum. Momentum is in Nightmare's favor. Is building up, has a supply lead. Now Nightmare can break out. And once again, Nova's just zoning Estrella away. Still committed to more Colossus. Crazy! Colossus production does continue. Estrella bleeding out Stalkers. Force Fields once again do punish. And eventually Nightmare will break out and counterattack. I'm worried for the moment here for Estrella. He's up to 2 Colossus. True. And Nightmare blinking forward, gets 1. There's 1 left. 1 Colossus remaining for Estrella, just now getting into Disruptors. First Disruptor has arrived. Now Estrella, he can still take this fight, but will lose the final Colossus. And Nova's going up, hitting him back. Estrella getting ready for a flank. Trying to come in from behind. Estrella has potential. Here come those Disruptors. Nova's go off. Up. Massive connections. Not bad. We need more. That was a good start. Oh, and he will take down every single Disruptor. Very nicely done. That was how many that was? Oh, not yet updated. There we go. 6 Disruptors going down. Very efficient trades. Nightmare down to 0. And Estrella suddenly takes the Disruptor lead. So again, a very risky move here from Estrella, but he does bounce back. He is in this game. Both players expanding. Taking their 5ths. Estrella pushing in. He is gaining ground. Oh! He gets punished though. He's out of Disruptor. And any kind of massive lead that Nightmare once had is not quite there anymore. The game is stabilizing. I say that massive warping into the main. Oh, Estrella, he's out of position. He's not ready for this. Force a recall. Recalls to the natural. Probes are going down. Gateways as well. The main army does push forward. Estrella is keeping up. Oh! Sending back Nightmare. Prism goes down. Army's do posture. Nightmare trying to get behind the mineral line. Takes on the pylon. Nightmare still has that supply lead. Supply is in Immortals and a handful of Stalkers. Speaking of, does catch out Estrella. Stalkers are going down. Disruptor's out of position. Oh, looks like Estrella to take it over to the face. Yeah, Estrella, he plummets in supply. Ah, God. We missed it. That was 3 Disruptors. That was 3 Disruptors going down. Oh my god. The Novas, oh my god, the Novas, they're popping up on both ends. Nightmare takes him to the face. And just like that, Estrella, he's still in this. He did plummet in supply earlier. He's still behind. But does take down, what, 5 disruptors. Ay, ay, ay. That's 5 disruptors going down. Again, it shows that even if you have a 20, 30, 40 supply lead, doesn't matter. Not against disruptors, mate. They are the great equalizers. And the game can still swing in your favor. Straya taking another expansion. Taking another base. Nightmare pushing forward. Nightmare is being forced back. Does get as the expansion, will force a cancel, not bad. Nice sell it run by. Nightmare is going to be the first to max out. Oh! Does max. Getting Astray not too far behind. Dark Shrines are done. Blink for DTs are on the way for both players. That one Zeld has been swiping away at those rocks for the entire, like, 5 minutes. He's been there for a while. You keep hearing him in the background. He's almost done. He's getting there. Last Nightmare. No! Oh, man, Astraea's not quite looking. Takes another Nova to the face. Ay, ay, ay. That was what, 4 disruptors going down. But it's okay because now it's time for Nightmare to take a Nova to the face, right? They're taking turns. Speaking of, no! I was joking! Oh my god. Astraea coming out of left field. Does connect. Now, at least Nightmare takes them to the Stalkers, not the Disruptors. Nightmare's Disruptor count is still up and running. It's still quite high. Nightmare's like, he's like, Light, you're right, it is my turn. Yeah. Just taking turns, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, now it's Astraea's turn. Now, oh god. As rocks have finally been knocked down. Oh, the Zeld is working on the next pair of rocks though. Let's go. The next set. Carefully wait. Ooh. Does end up taking another though. Does be out Disruptor. The Disruptor count's getting very high. We have 9 Disruptors for Nightmare. More than double the Disruptor count. Catching out more Disruptors towards the south. Lands another Nova. Astraea reinforcing with Mass Zealot. I mean, that is a lot of chargelets. Astraea going for a counterattack, going for the bases. Plenty of side defense. Nightmare's keeping up. And in the end, Astraea getting caught out instead. Force back. Zealots, they do hit the southern expansion. But Nightmare's in position. The Zealots, they don't do too much. They're also trapped. They can't get out. Forced to recall. Nightmare trying to sneak up behind the army. Astraea forced to respond. Nova's going up. Astraea also getting surrounded. And likewise, the Disruptors are getting caught out as well. Oh my god, the connections do... I mean, the Novas do connect. But the Disruptor count is reset. Down to 1 Disruptor. Again, a very chaotic fight. But Nightmare, he maintains so many Disruptors. The Novas are going off. Zealots go down. And Astraea, he can't really push up this ramp. It's not going to happen. Losing the final Disruptor. They get Astraea burning through his mineral bank. Nightmare does maintain himself. Oh my god, takes the massive Nova to the face. Does face check up the ramp. Not like this. But what's important though is he's preserving the Disruptors. Like, the Disruptor count is still very much so preserved for Nightmare. Still on 7 Disruptors. Astraea attempting to surround. Does graze the army. Oof, not bad. Better connections here from Estrella. Takes down a good chunk of Stalkers. Nightmare pushing in. It's one of those things where on the one hand, Nightmare does have a massive Disruptor lead, but if they don't connect, and if he gets caught out, I mean, it doesn't matter. Nice snipe on the Observer. Stray with the split army. Revelation goes off. Nightmare pushing in. Leading with the Disruptors. Leading with the Novas. Stray is setting up a surround. Oh no! Oh, massive connection. Stray coming in from behind, catching out, reinforcing Disruptors. But still a very awkward fight. An awkward engage. Decent Novas here for Estrella. Takes out a good chunk of Stalkers, but bleeds out those Disruptors. Comes in from behind. All the Novas are brutal, and it looks like Nightmare, he should clean this up. And Nightmare taking the better trades, maintains a larger army, takes down 2 more Disruptors. Split shots. Stray, he is up against the wall. Momentum is in favor of the red Protoss player. And Nightmare maxing out. Going for a split push. His Stalkers are gaining ground. That's a lot of Zealots to reinforce though. Stray shoots first. Gets the Disruptor. Stray does shoot first. Once again, trying to collapse on the main army. Nightmare goes for dive. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Gets 3 Disruptors. Likewise. No! Oh, Stray getting caught out. Alas, Nightmare just pulling Estrella apart. Not like this. And at this point, it should be too much. Estrella down to 0 Disruptors. So Nightmare is going to be able to push through. I mean, still pushing up this ramp is quite difficult. And with the high ground, every base on the map has been taken. Nightmare still patrolling. Estrella, he's burned through his bank. No more gas, no more minerals. Oof. Another Nova connects, and Nightmare is far enough ahead to now take it to Sky Toss. We have 4 Stargates on the way, Fleet Beacons on the way as well. 2nd Cybercore for upgrades. And Nightmare, he feels secure. Working towards Tempest, or Carrier, or whatever he wants, whatever he pleases. And we'll see if we can even get there. The flanking Nova! Not bad! Okay. Oh my god. Takes down the majority of the Disruptors. Estrella still in this spot. Still in this. Let's go. But again, Nightmare has a bank and he's making use of it with the Skytoss transition. Rotating around. Oh my god. That was crazy. Am I almost going off? Now again, Stray. He's holding. He's surviving. And that Skytoss transition isn't quite here yet. I mean, Nightmare set up for it, but has yet to really begin. Let's go +1 air attack on the way. Stray going for a counterattack, going for bottom right. Likewise, Nightmare, he finally breaks that center base. There it goes off, doesn't connect. Stray a little bit trigger happy. Next is gonna fall. Instead, oh, he goes for the Robos. The Robos are exposed. Massive pickoffs. Guess who's going to get all three? And just like that, no more disruptor production for Estrella. The Robo can is reset. Estrella does get an expansion, does get a mineral line. 30 probes go down. He does hinder the economy of Nightmare, but Nightmare has a bank. He can afford to lose workers. He can afford to lose the base. Now what you see is what you get. And Nightmare shot first. Estrella down to 3 disruptors. To get the expansion. More Robos on the way. Up! Oh, the Nova's in there, so stop! No, the final disruptors! Estrella late to react. Down to 0. 0 disruptors left, and that's a lot of stalkers. 58! 58 stalkers for Nightmare. He's crazy. Who needs Sky Toss when you have 58 stalkers? Oh my god, the move command though. Zealot's coming from behind. Not bad. Actually, a better trade for Estrella, more efficient trade. But there's still just so many more disruptors behind this. He's getting caught out. The Robos, no, they're depowered. These are the backup Robos. They were just rebuilt and they're going down once again. Estrella trying to come in from behind. The last Nightmare is taking note of it. Does zone away. Back up to 58 stalkers. And over time, we should just be able to outpace Estrella. Estrella does recall by accident a little bit there. It does recall back to his 3rd. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And we're pushing in. Yeah, he just zones away half of the army. It's breaking the natural. That's right. He fought well here in this game. I mean, a lesser player would have died long ago. It was very chaotic, very back and forth. Novas everywhere. But in the end, Nightmare should be... Oh, he is overwhelming. In the end, he just had better trades, better connections, better Novas. Nightmare, his balls, they were superior. Over time, he took care of them as well, for the most part. As Estrella does focus him down as best he can, but now it's just a head-on fight. Stalker versus Stalker. And heavily in favor of Nightmare. Blinks on 4. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Nightmare will take the 2-1 lead even, and is 1 game away from becoming this week's champion. Uno más, papi, uno más. 1 more game is all Nightmare needs. Meanwhile, on the side of Estrella, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Personally, I'm hoping for a game 5. I would love to see, regardless of how this goes, whether it goes the way of Estrella or the way of Nightmare, I'd love to see an ace match. But the pressure is now on Estrella. The pressure is on. See in the chat. What is this game? It's peak NA PvP. It's become one with the Americans. Oh no. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Here we go. As it looks like our next game is going to be on Ghost River. We go. Looks like Nightmare is asking for a moment. I don't blame him. He's like, he needs a moment to breathe. To take a breath, to calm things down. May have won the game, but it was still a very intense game. An intense time here with Estrella, and does need a moment to recover. And again, he is so close to winning it all. Ah, you're all animals in the chat. All animals. Aye, aye, aye. And again, we'll see how this story does end. Ah. Yeah, so far we're at least still on schedule. I mean, we've had a lot of longer games here tonight, but it's been a lot of fun, as always. As always. As a reminder, later tonight we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Wardy TV Monday is later on in the evening. I will most likely nap before, like in between. No ladder session for me. It's going to be napping. So I'm well rested for the Wardy event. As again, Game 4 is going to be on Ghost River. A much smaller map, much smaller, known for aggression, known for some shorter games as well, which I'm sure our players would embrace. As a reminder, Australia, he opened up with a proxy here in the last game, which was scattered, which was shut down, so it did kind of lead towards a longer kind of game state instead. We'll see what our players have in store. As Nightmare is now ready, and we're jumping in. Jumping into game number 4. Potentially the final game of the series. Potentially. Ugh. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. And the pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Australia. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player from South Korea. One game away from becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. It is Nightmare. Let's go. Will be on nap, or is he opposed to sleep? That is a good question. That is a good question. I imagine he's probably going to nap here, and then he's going to go in a marathon and go for the Wardy event into KSRS, into Ursasaurus. I would imagine. I mean, last time, if you remember, he didn't sleep. He actually stayed up from this tournament. From Tenacious Turtle Tussle, he pulled an all-nighter, and he kept playing, and he stayed up until Ursasaurus. So, we'll see. We'll see. Bien. Like, he's pulled an all-nighter before, like a madman. He could do it again. Could do it 2 weeks in a row. But the benefit this week, though, is that because Bjorn got knocked out in the semis, that means that if he were to nap, he can actually get some sleep. Like, he actually has more time to rest before the Wardy TV Monday, instead of if he had made it to the finals. So he can rest up. Does Tenacious Turtle have a story, or is it just fun to say? So there is a story behind the mascot. So all of our tournaments have their own mascots. Like Sea Duckling Open is a duck, Master Swan Open is a swan. We have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, who's a tuna, which there is a story behind, and then we have the turtle as well. So back in the day, a couple of years ago in 2020, it started in 2020 into 2021, and I think it ended around 2022. We used to cast a lot more American-based tournaments. We used to cast Battle of the Americas, which was a weekly region-locked cup to North and South America. We used to cast Sentimiento Latino, Copa Hyperion, NA Apprentice as well. A lot of just American-based tournaments. And El Padrino of StarCraft, the main admin and organizer for the Latin American side of things, was Darking. I've casted with Darking before. It's been a long time. I think I haven't casted with Darking for a couple of years. He's been busy. He's currently employed by Twitch, and he's got his own work going on. Has less time to organize events. But Darking, he is La Tortuga. He's, I should say, El Tortuga. Darking, he actually is known for having, he owns like 20 tortoises or turtles / tortoises. His family, they just have like a full set of turtles, and yeah, because it's a bit of a reference to him, That's the reason why we made this event with a turtle, to kind of pay tribute to Darking. That's one of the reasons why we kind of chose to go for this. He is the turtle. Beautiful. Darking, yeah. Darking was part of the inspiration. Of course. Especially because this event is at this event also originally was region locked as well. Now it's open. It's open to all regions, to NA and Korea. But I have to calm things down. Because we did have a Robo Opener. With a Robo Opener, Estrella, he is going for faster Immortal production here. Immortals are on the way. Back at home, Nightmare opening up with Blink and with a third gateway. Prism did try to distract Nightmare. Adepts a shade into the natural. Prism has arrived. 4 probes go down. Not bad. Estrella not losing anything so far, but Adepts a shade into the main. Without the War Prism, Nightmare, he does slip in. Estrella a little bit late to react, a little bit late to respond. Yeah, even though Estrella does get 4 probe kills across the map, he loses 2 probes as well. Estrella trying to break the natural. Gets a shield battery. Shield battery goes down. Trades 1-to-1 with the Stalker. And I believe Estrella does have the Immortal. He's moving out across the map. Estrella, he is rallying. We spoke earlier, Ghost River, I mentioned before the game itself, but the rush distance by ground is very short on Ghost River, and it looks like Estrella, he's setting up for an all-in. No shield battery, no overcharge. The Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. War Prism does fall. That's a massive pickoff. And upon losing the War Prism, Estrella, he backs off. Estrella backs off. Proxy gateway across the map. That is going to be 4 Gate Blink Stalker from Nightmare. Oh. And suddenly Estrella has to be the defender. Estrella, he's rebuilding that War Prism. And Estrella, he's not making any probes. He's staying at 28 workers. It is straight up 2 base all-in, or even 1.5 base all-in for Estrella. As he moves out, Stalkers move in. And we're going for a base trade. We're going full-on base trade. Nightmare hits the main, going for the pylon. The Atosis pylon! No! Pylon goes down. No more reinforcements. What you see is what you get for Estrella. Does move out across the map, takes out the sentries. Main base under fire as well. And what? Oh boy, who's going to come out on top? I mean, with these Immortals, Estrella, he will kill buildings faster. That is true. Prism comes in. And Juggler, of course, we recall back home. Nightmare, he goes for the recall. Shield battery is depowered. He goes for the dive, takes down the Prism. War Prism goes down. Immortal as well. But there's still 1 Immortal left, and Nightmare is losing so many Stalkers. Does get the final Immortal. Down to 6 Stalkers, 6v6. But Nightmare has Blink, and Estrella does not. Takes down 1 more Stalker. Estrella busts into the main. More reinforcements on the way, and it looks like Nightmare, he should be able to defend. Forces the recall as well. And now we're in a weird game state. Remember earlier how Estrella didn't make any probes? He didn't, and he's up in workers. He's up in economy. Estrella, he's got 19 probes compared to the 12 of Nightmare. That was crippling damage. And Estrella, he's done enough where he can defend and get ahead. Estrella, he can defend. He has an economic lead. Suddenly, Nightmare is the one that's all in. His Nightmare's down to 16 probes. Gateways are getting repowered. Again, still on 4 Gate Blink. Now remember, Nightmare still has a lot more maneuverability with his army. He has Blink, and Estrella does not. But there are 2 shield batteries and an overcharge here at the natural. The main base is more exposed. Adepts say shade in. Take him into the shade. The main army does hit the natural, but Estrella does hold. So far, the Adepts, they haven't done much. They do shade out. One of them does fall. A better trade for Nightmare, trading an Adept for a Stalker. Going for another, gets 2. 1-to-1 though. Oh. Losing a second Stalker as well. Not the best here for Nightmare. Does get into the main, getting a handful of workers. Getting 3 probes, not bad. It's a slow warp in here from Estrella. And Nightmare is clawing his way back in. 28 probes versus 28. The worker count is even. Stalker's reinforced. Nightmare blinking into the main, or at least trying to. Yeah, that does provide high ground vision. But Nightmare, he doesn't go for it. Oh, or does he? He does. Blinks into the main, catches 2 adepts. So the army does respond. 1-to-1 trade with their Stalkers. And Nightmare just is unrelenting. Just keeps reinforcing with more adepts, more Stalkers. Behind this, making more probes, getting to his own robo. Again, Astray, he was definitely out ahead when it came to the base trade, when it came to the aftermath of it at least. But Nightmare has killed so many probes here. So many worker kills, traded well. Meanwhile, it's Astray's turn, gets across the map with 2 adepts. Probes are going down, forcing a recall. Up. And Nightmare does blink, loses 8 probes. For 2 across the map. And this prism should keep at least some supply pinned back at her. So Astray is not going down without a fight. Getting to a 3rd immortal. This Nightmare is pushing out once again. Astray, finally, he finds the proxy. Uh-oh. Oh, that does distract! Okay. He's good. Does maintain his position. Nightmare looking for a way in. 3rd base on the way. Nightmare does spot the army with the Observer. Getting a Stalker. Gets a Stalker at the same time. Astray gets eyes on the 3rd. Both players are expanding.
No mercy to the enemy.
Astray, he's got Waira. Let's go. Yep, so they do get a couple of workers. 3 probes going down at the same time. Nightmare does push in. But Immortals are in position. Well, that's going to be 5 for 6 probe kills. And the Adepts are saved. Not bad. Adepts are saved. Proxy gets shut down. Nightmare going for the 3rd, but Astray does respond. Catching the Observer in the main. Making sure that Nightmare can't blink in. And Nightmare just doing the most he can with those Blink Stalkers. Gets another Adept. Ooh, getting another Stalker. Blink is now on the way for Astray, so soon he'll be able to keep up. But Estrella does maintain a massive worker lead. 52 probes for Estrella. Nightmare stuck on 37. Nightmare intentionally not making workers. He's got 2 more gates on the way. It's going to be an all-in. Never mind. Starts up probe production once again. Never mind. He's making 3 probes at a time. War prisms on the way. I mean, Nightmare does have a pretty hefty immortal count, and this should be for a move out. I mean, this should be for an all-in or for a committed move out at least. 3 immortals, 5 sentries. Like, this is a pretty terrifying army. Nightmare does have the supply lead. And Astray's been focusing a little bit too much on his economy. Astray, he's on 60 probes, but he can't make use of it. And Nightmare might just have too much. Yeah, Nightmare, he's intentionally not making probes. He is committed. He is all in with this army. More Stalkers to reinforce. It's all or nothing for Nightmare. Adepts shade into the natural probes are going down. 3, 4 probe kills so far. Nightmare bleeding out a sentry. Getting up to 6 probes. Shading into the main. Meanwhile, across the map, Prism is denied. Getting some probe kills nonetheless. And Nightmare just unable to push in. We'll get an Immortal though. Massive pickoff. Astray, he's down to 1. 1 Immortal remaining. 12 probe kills across. Oh my god, 12 workers go down. But the CranKy for Astray is brutal. Nightmare just cannot push in, despite being up 20 army supply. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Estrella. And he goes to the blink. Estrella late to respond. Stalkers are going down. Immortal's out of position. Boys are being pulled. And it looks like Nightmare might just have too much. Some of the Immortals, they aren't really coming into play, though. And probes are falling. The Immortals are getting low. The juggling, though. Nightmare, he saves the Immortal. And it looks like he is breaking through. 22 probes go down. Shield battery's out of energy. Immortals are low, but they're still alive. They're still just adding even more DPS to this fight. And Nightmare is overwhelming. I was hoping for an ace match. I was hoping for a game 5. And even this game as well was looking in favor of Estrella. But GG gets called. Nightmare will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nightmare. Did go for essentially a 2-base all-in. He cut workers, I think it was at 40, if I'm not mistaken, right? Around 40 probes. Just cut workers early on. Estrella had a 20-plus probe lead. Estrella, who was being a little bit too greedy. Estrella just did not get eyes on the Immortal counts. Even though Nightmare was being active with his Stalkers, he was slowly, secretly building up Immortals and Sentries back at home. Estrella never quite got eyes on it. Estrella also never scouted the 3rd base. So even though Estrella was harassing the main and harassing the natural with the depths, he wasn't able to confirm whether or not Nightmare was actually saturating his 3rd. Didn't know how many workers there were, if gases were being taken. Estrella was kind of in the dark as to the economic state of Nightmare. Didn't realize how aggressive and how committed Nightmare was going to be. With that, GG. GG, well played. Nightmare did overwhelm, and Nightmare is our champion. Congratulations, Bobby. Congratulations. My condolences to Estrella. I mean, he still had a beautiful run, a beautiful performance to make it to the finals, but did meet his end at the hands of Nightmare. I don't want to take away from Estrella, though, because if you remember, Estrella, he fought hard to make it to the finals. Again, it was Estrella that knocked out Bjorn. And knocked him out and sent him to bed. It's crazy. Don't forget to join the Matcherino. Speaking of, if you want to help support the Matcherino page of this tournament, if you want to help support the prize pool of this tournament and help support these players, you can do so via Matcherino. Matcherino in the chat. We'll give you a link to the Matcherino page. Unfortunately, we don't have any codes. We don't have any codes available, but you can still boost the prize pool yourself with your own hard-earned cash, of course, if you wish. 100% of the prize pool goes towards the players, of course, towards top 4. So it is going to go to Nightmare, Estrella, Bjorn, and Shin. The 4 of them will walk away with that 300 USD prize pool. GG, very well done, very well played. Otherwise, if you want to help support this tournament in other ways, you can do so by following us. Follow the CranKy Ducklings here on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. I got you. There you go. All things CranKy Ducklings here if you want to follow us. We do notify you. We do post whenever we go live on all of our social medias. And again, our next cast is going to be in a couple of hours. How many hours exactly? Let's find out, Pappy. 8 hours. In 8 hours time, that's long enough to nap. That's long enough to sleep. So in 8 hours time, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday number 4, I believe. Let me just double check. Yes, number 4 is going to be on this channel. Wardy, of course, is going to be covering it as well, and some other casters as well, I'm sure, in other languages. So if you want to tune in for some more StarCraft, we got you in 8 hours. In 8 hours time. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Yeah, we're everywhere. What do you mean? We're everywhere, man. Beyond to get some sleep before all 3 weekly cups. There are 5 weekly cups. It's 5. 5. There's what, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Tenacious Turtle Tussle into KSRS, Wardy TV Monday, and the Orsasaurus Cup as well. It's 5. So he should be able to nap in between, halfway through. He's finished 2. Now there's another 3. Now there's another 3. Was it an all-in? Yeah, it was an all-in. Oh. That's a wire announcer. Yes, all of our equipments have aquatic animals. Yeah, all of them, Babby, all of them. I mean, we have what is it? We have the turtle, we have the tuna, we have the duck, we have the swan, we have the platypus, the Grand Platypus Open. We have that as well. I miss the platypus, Babby. I miss it. It's beautiful. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. We had plans. I say we had plans. When it comes to this tournament, we were floating like an orca or like a pelican or something, or a penguin. I still want a penguin at some point. That'd be amazing. But yeah, if we ever do start another tournament series, then of course that means we have to make another mascot and another animal has to be involved. But for now we're tapped out. For now we can't really afford anything else. Regardless, GG. So that penguin meme saved. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Also, I think someone was asking about the name itself. Also, the reason why it's called the Turtle Tussle is because it's so boring having like we were trying to come up with like a creative kind of like a tournament name, just because everything is like a cup or an open, right? Like that's also why we have the sparkling we have the Grand Platypus Open, we have the Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, because everything was like a weekly or a cup, so we put open at the end. But then we also played that out, so we wanted to add something different in the end instead. So we landed on Tussle for the alliteration. We wanted to try to have like a TTT, like the alliteration going on. So yeah, that's why we landed on that. That's why it's not a Turtle Cup or a Turtle Open, because, you know, wanted to be different. Especially because at the time all of our tournaments were open, like Grand Platypus Open as well, right? All ending in O. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support as well. We do appreciate it. Again, with that, our next cast is in 8 hours. Our next cast is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. And if that is a bad time for you, I mean, again, the Wardy TV Monday is at a really rough time for American viewers and American players. But we'll be live tomorrow with the Orsasaurus Cup, with ourselves, with Chicken Man, with Dave Testa, with Steadfast, and many other community casters as well. Going to be all over the Orsasaurus Cup in less than 24 hours time. So we got you covered there as well, depending on your time zone, depending on your time slots, which is also why if you want to tune into some VODs, if you can't watch some of these tournaments live, then check us out on YouTube. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch. We do stream on both platforms. VODs are available on YouTube instantly as well. We got you covered. We got you covered there. Otherwise, thank you for watching. I'm going to go get some breakfast, and then I'm going to go have a nap before the next cast. That's the plan, buddy. That's the plan. Otherwise, thank you for watching. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Also, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon. You can see our Patreon just under Nightmare's name. The Patreon does fund most of our tournaments, not all of them. The Tenacious Turtle Tussle has its own sponsor. A shout out to Mark BT and Stegosaurus for providing the prize pool for this week's tournament. Thank you so much. And I believe we did get 5 extra USD on Matcherino by Dave Tessa. Thank you so much. Thank you, do appreciate it. But our Patreon does fund our amateur tournaments, Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and it also supports our open tournament, Sparkling Tuna Cup. So all 3 of those are funded through Patreon. You can help grow those tournaments if you wish. through Patreon as well. So you can help us out if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching. See you guys in 8 hours for our next cast, or tomorrow for our next cast as well, depending on where you are and what you continue to. We'll see you next time. Regardless, we'll see you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching.